Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we're going to ask you to please take your seats and also note that today's session is being recorded. Once again, today's session will be recorded. So if you could take your seats, we will start with the program.
Simplicity, intelligently designed. The world is becoming more connected, more dynamic, more complex. Markets shift, technology accelerates, perspectives evolve. Yet amid this complexity, the role of advice has never been more important. Because behind every investment decision is something deeply human. A future to build, a legacy to protect, a life filled with possibility. At Glacier Invest, we believe simplicity isn't the absence of complexity. It is the masterful reduction of it. Through expert portfolio design, intelligent technology, and advisor-first thinking, we transform complexity into clarity and perspective into confidence. Because better outcomes begin with broader insight, stronger partnerships, and decisions grounded in purpose. The best portfolios are not assembled by chance. The best client experiences are not left to circumstance. And the best outcomes are never accidental. They are thoughtfully constructed and carefully refined. Welcome to the Glacier Invest Summit 2026. Where simplicity is intelligently designed. The world is changing. How have we? Zeenat Patel, Head Investment Solutions, Glacier Invest.
Thank you. The world has changed. The question is, how have we? Before I answer that question, I want you all to do something for me. I want you all to close your eyes. Disclaimer, I'm in heels on a stage, so I'm not going to close mine because that's a bit of a recipe for a disaster. But in all seriousness, close your eyes. I'm watching. I want you to think about one client. Not your biggest client, not your most straightforward one, but the one whose retirement you worry about. The one who, despite saving their whole life for retirement, may still not have enough. Perhaps you're thinking about the one whose children you've met, or the one you have a soft spot for. Or maybe you're thinking about the one who reminds you why advice matters. Hold that client in your mind. Now open your eyes. That client is the reason why you are here today. It's the reason why we are all here today. Because the world that client is retiring into is fundamentally different from the world they started saving in. And everything I'm about to share, and everything all the speakers are about to share today, is to make sure we are ready for them. We are not in a cycle, we are in a structural shift. The 40-year tailwind of falling inflation and falling interest rates, the environment that has shaped how most of us think about investing. That tailwind is a thing of the past. The rules haven't disappeared, but the game has changed. Geopolitics is no longer a risk you manage around. It's the environment you operate in. The Strait of Hormuz, trade fragmentation, national interest as a primary lens for investment decision-making. These are not distant concerns. They are showing up in fuel prices, in the cost of living, in the financial anxiety of the clients who sit across the table from you. And then there's artificial intelligence, which has moved beyond research and investment and now covers all aspects of financial services, whether it's portfolio construction, compliance, operations, even client management. The question no longer is whether you use AI. The question is, how intentionally are you deploying it? Businesses and advisors who treat AI as a curiosity rather than a capability will find themselves on the wrong end of a very fast-moving shift. Closer to home, South Africa's savings landscape is structurally different. The household savings rate is negative, which means that households are spending more than they earn. Up to 90 to 95% of South Africans may not have adequate retirement funding. Now, your clients might be the exception, and perhaps their children might be the exception. But what about their children's children? What about the clients and the South Africans of the future? They may not be. And that is why the conversations that we have today need to extend beyond this room. The two-pot system, designed to preserve long-term savings in South Africa, is showing early signs of being used as a financial buffer. This speaks to the savings culture and the financial pressure that South Africans face. And it's a powerful reminder of the role that you can play in your clients' financial lives. There's then the aspect of longevity. People are living longer than their financial plans were built for. People can live up to 30 years after they retire. That's 30 years of income, 30 years of inflation, 30 years of market volatility. And it's what good advice has to solve for now. But here's what gives me reason for cautious optimism. South Africa received 3 sovereign credit rating upgrades in 2026 in quick succession from Moody's, S&P, and Fitch. That's not nothing. That's the global investment landscape saying that they see something worth believing in South Africa. Does that mean that the road ahead will be smooth? Of course not. There's definitely headwinds, both domestically and globally. But for those of you who are positioned correctly, for those who are having the right conversations with their clients right now, the opportunity is real. So that's the world that we're operating in. Complex, fast-moving, full of uncertainty, but also full of opportunity. The question is, how have we responded? So I want to start with something I believe in deeply. The most important question we ask ourselves at Glacier Invest every single day is not what we're building or what we're selling. It's this: does it serve the client at the center? Because advice, real advice, it doesn't start with a product or a solution. It starts with the client. It starts with that person I asked you to picture this morning. That is the power of advice. And it's the reason this framework, with the client at the center, advice wrapped around that, then the product, then the solution, is not just a diagram we put on a slide. It's how we think, how we build, and how we show up for you. So what does that look like in practice? It looks like scale deployed in the service of your client. We are the largest discretionary fund manager in South Africa, and we are part of one of the largest financial ecosystems on the African continent, the Sanlam Group, bringing investment management, fiduciary capability, platform services, and an international capability, all under one roof. That financial ecosystem exists for one reason: to make you more powerful in the room with your clients, to meet their needs than you could be on your own. It means access to private markets, once the exclusive domain of institutions, now available to retail investors. It means a global capability alongside deep local knowledge. It means a platform built for the future. And it means thought leadership, not research for research's sake, but insights, so that when you walk into that room with your clients, you know exactly what to say. But let me be honest about something. We haven't figured it all out. The world is moving fast, and we are moving with it. But we are asking the right questions about AI, about where we sit in the value chain, about what simplicity, intelligently designed, actually looks like for an advisor navigating this complexity every single day. And our commitment is to figure it all out alongside you, not as someone in the distance, but a partner walking this journey with you. Because your growth is our growth, and your clients' outcomes is our outcomes. So this morning I started with a question: the world has changed, have we? And my answer is, we are getting there. Not perfectly, not completely, but deliberately and with purpose. Because the world is complex, and our response is not to add to that complexity, it's to cut through it. Simplicity, intelligently designed, that is our commitment to you. And everything you're going to hear this morning is built around that idea. In the first half of this morning, we'll go inside our investment engine, and you'll understand how we turn insights into portfolios. We'll then hear about the dawn of geopolitics, because before we position anything, we need to understand the forces shaping the world your clients are investing into. We'll then explore what AI actually means for you as an advisor. Not the hype, but the practical opportunities. And then we'll challenge what diversification actually looks like in a world that looks nothing like it did a decade ago. Every session is connected by a single thread: insight, partnership, outcomes, understanding what really matters, working alongside you, and anchored to the client at the center.
Inside our investment engine, Neil Hougaard, Head, Hybrid Solutions, Glacier Invest.
Good morning. Goeiemorgen. So I've been tasked to lift the lid on our investment engine. But before I do, allow me to take you back in time. A quick history of US markets, the period 1850 to 2010. So let's look at some of the events that took place during this time period. 1.3 million Americans died in 9 major wars. You had 4 US presidents being assassinated. Roughly 99.9% of businesses created went bust. Quite a few Americans died in the flu pandemic, the Spanish flu. 30 natural disasters killed at least 400 Americans each. And this is where it gets interesting. 33 recessions lasted a cumulative 48 years. Ironically, the number of forecasters who predicted any of those recessions rounds to 0. The stock market fell more than 10% from recent highs, 102 times. And it lost a third of its value, almost 12 times. Inflation is a hot topic. Annual inflation exceeded 7% in 20 separate years. And the words economic pessimism appeared in newspapers almost 30,000 times, according to Google. Now, I'm sure you'll agree with me that this is not necessarily positive news, right? Yet, the standard of living increased almost 20-fold. And not a single day went by that lacked tangible reason for pessimism. Let's make it more recent and relevant, the South African stock market. Now, the period 2015 to 2020 was a really tough period for South Africa. Investors got a gut punch. Speaking of state capture. And the 20s didn't necessarily start off on a better footing. We were downgraded to junk. COVID followed. Yes, we had a nice stimulus rally, but that led to inflation. And how do you counter for inflation? Well, extreme monetary policy tightness. And if you can remember, in 2022, we both had a US equity and bond bear market. We've got 2 wars on the go. We had Liberation Day. Yet, the outcome was positive. So nowhere on the tin does it say there won't be challenges in life. A future filled with unknowns is the reality of everyone in this room. Joshua J. Marine said that challenges are what makes life interesting, and overcoming them is what makes life meaningful. Persistence and resilience only come from having been given the chance to work through difficult problems. Now, optimism is usually defined as the belief that things will go well, but that's not complete. Sensible optimism tells you it's the belief that the odds will be in your favor and that over time that will balance out to a good outcome, even though there might be misery in between. So you can be optimistic that over the long term, growth trajectory will be upwards and to the right, even though there might be landmines in between. Destruction in the face of progress, growth amid loss. That's a normal path of progress for economies, for markets, and even careers. So I want to pose this question to you. How do we grow wealthy and stay wealthy? Because getting money is one thing, but keeping it is a whole different ballgame, right? There are different skills. The Forbes 400 list of richest Americans, on average every decade, roughly turns over by 20%. And that's got nothing to do with death or family wealth transfers. So I'll ask the question again. How do we grow wealthy and stay wealthy? Well, for some it might be luck. It's scary to think in South Africa, almost 50% of disposable income now goes to online gambling. Some people you need to give more credit. They might have been early into an investment, dare I say Bitcoin, but think of Naspers and Naspers and Capitec. I mean, shares that's made a lot of people really wealthy. But for by far the majority of us in this room, How do we grow wealthy and stay wealthy? We need a ticket to the game. We need to stay invested. It's about time in the market versus trying to time the market. So time is the most powerful force in investing. It makes little things grow big and big mistakes fade away. It's often said that compounding interest is the eighth wonder of the world. And compounding only works if you give the asset years and years to grow. Think of it like planting an oak tree. After year 1, not much progress. After year 10, meaningful progress. After year 50, something absolutely extraordinary. Now, getting that extraordinary growth requires you to survive the unpredictable ups and downs that we all will inevitably face. So surviving means staying invested. So how do we grow wealthy and stay wealthy? Now, what I've just quoted to you is chapter 5 of The Psychology of Money. It's definitely a thought-provoking read, and I highly recommend it. Morgan Housel writes on the behavioral aspects on finance. And believe it or not, just like we all have different love languages, we also have different money personalities. Maybe you also have that friend that can't reach his wallet. Or, like my pastor always jokingly says, his wife thinks that the monthly credit card limit is a target. But I've learned a lot about my money personality. And you know what? I'd love to say today, look underneath your chair. There's a book for everyone. But unfortunately, that's not the case. Why? This is not Oprah. She's retired. And the budget just don't allow for it. If there's the one thing I've learned this year, that you can blame pretty much everything on the fact that the Strait of Hormuz is closed. But I would like to give someone the opportunity to read this book. Any takers? That was the first hand there. Enjoy it. But it comes with a caveat. There's a voucher inside. And I've received a voucher like that 3 years ago. It was just before the birth of my second daughter. And I used that voucher to seed her first investment. I've been contributing ever since, and I'm seeing the compounding at work. She doesn't know it yet. She won't for a while, but she's going to be grateful one day. That's what my grandfather did for me, and that allowed me the ability to go and study. So I'm going to challenge you with that voucher. Use it wisely and pay it forward. So now, I hope I've got your attention, and I hope I've convinced you to stay invested. Let me tell you a little bit about our investment engine. We're a multi-manager business, and our strategy is driven by client preferences and advice-led solutions. We've grown into a sizable business with assets under management, assets under administration, and advice close on 550 billion rand. And as you can see, Glacier Invest, the DFM, forms a part of that asset base, and it's a very important cog in the system. So a massive thank you to you, our clients, for helping us to get there. Multi-manager in its own right is now the 7th largest asset manager in the country. And that offers us the bargaining power to negotiate competitive fees for our clients. It's an ongoing process, and it forms a very important part of our value proposition. When it comes to multi-managers, we have the largest investment team in the country with a vast amount of experience. What is a stretch goal? A stretch goal means to target that thing that does not feel immediately achievable. It forces you to step out of your comfort zone, to rethink your current process, and also perhaps build new skills. Now, we've definitely set ourselves a stretch goal. If you can see the bottom right, wanting to scale this business to 1 trillion rand. It's ambitious, right? And we believe that we're not going to get there with the current structure. So we've just gone through a restructure. And what does that look like? So manager research, as you might have come to know it, does not exist in the same form anymore. Yes, we've got key personnel still overseeing the function, but essentially manager research now takes place within their respective solution groups. What is a solution group? Well, essentially it's the various strategies that we manage and roll out to our client base. And the whole investment team has been divided in those various strategies. And then on top of that, we've got a structure to oversee it all. It's called the CIO office. And the purpose of the CIO office is to ensure the consistency of our investment philosophy, governance, and culture. Culture is at the heart of this business. And later on today, you're going to hear the importance or examples of a bad culture and a good culture. Allowing us to scale. We're not going to scale by doubling our investment team. We've recently introduced the process enablement team, and a core function of that team is to enable our business for artificial intelligence. And in a short space of time, they've made some massive inroads. So why do we believe this structure matters? Well, with research sitting closer to portfolio management, we do think it will lead to faster decision making. It will create experts in the field, and with a decentralized team, also the ability to respond quickly to market developments. I think the core function here is to align with client outcomes, right? That's what it's all about. And the fact that we've got an overseeing function in place will allow those solution groups to really focus on what matters. So structure drives outcomes, and our architecture is designed to deliver both. What is our purpose as an industry? Our why? The reason why we get up in the morning. It's to cater from cradle to grave. It's to build solutions based on the different phases of our clients' lives and the different goals that they might have. Different stages in life requires different strategies to be employed. You need to become deliberate. Early on in the accumulation phase, there's a large appetite for risk. But as you move closer to retirement, you need to start thinking about preserving your capital. And then in the decumulation phase, once you're retired, you don't have the ability anymore to add to your pool of capital. And it's all about stretching the capital. So at Glacier Invest, we think of ourselves as solution architects. And this means we aim to create investment portfolios to meet a specific client objective. I've shared our why. How do we do it? It's about client centricity. So as solution architects, we believe having an in-depth understanding of our clients' objectives and liabilities, the environment they're in, where they are in the investment journey, and our ability to construct portfolios will enable our clients to achieve their desired outcomes. So we blend and we design unique portfolios based on the investment goals of the client and how that relates to risk. And that will guide us to choose the right strategy and the right asset mix. And at the end of the day, it's all about maximizing the likelihood for the client to achieve the outcome. So the industrialized investment process can easily be explained by using a food analogy. Think of manager research and market research as your ingredients. The recipe that you use and the different cooking techniques speaks to portfolio construction. And that portfolio management is that constant fine-tuning of making that dish even better. So practically, what does this look like? Those are some of the solutions that you will most likely be familiar with for the accumulation phase. Hybrid is our retail strategy of choice. Recently, there was quite a demand to have a global solution for clients wanting to externalize their capital. And I'm glad to say today we've got a really compelling global solution managed on 3 different strategies. Closer to retirement, targeting asymmetric return profile through absolute return. And then 6 years ago, we launched our real income portfolios. It's about addressing the sequence and longevity risk. Cost is always a sensitive topic, right? And I'm sure you guys, I don't need to tell you about that. There's been a need for a cost-effective solution, and I'm really glad to say that today you'll hear more about those portfolios coming to market. this means nothing if we can't put the runs on the board. And I'm glad to say that from a tactical asset allocation point of view, we've proven to add value each year. As a business, we do have a formal scorecard that we use to measure ourselves and to also hold us accountable. It measures the percentage of funds outperforming both their primary benchmark and their peer groups over a rolling 1, 3, and a 5-year basis. And the target that we've set ourselves is roughly around 70%. So a future filled with unknowns is the reality of everyone. We can't guarantee that we're going to get it right all the time. We are human after all. But over time, Glacier Invest has proven to be a dependable investment partner. So if you're a client of ours, thank you very much for trusting us on this journey. And if not, it would be an absolute honor to partner and walk this road with you. Thank you.
Dawn of the age of geopolitics. Erik Nel, CIO Terebinth, in partnership with Amplify.
If you'll humor me for a second, I'm just going to check this chair because I think they booby-trapped me yesterday. For those of you that can remember, Nathlanhla Nene, I think in 2015 or somewhere, was live on TV and then he fell off his chair. If you see the photos on LinkedIn from yesterday, I was leaning on the front of my chair for almost 30 minutes. It was very uncomfortable. I've got a few confessions to make. This is an extremely sensitive topic. It's also a highly complex topic. 20 minutes is definitely not the right amount of time for it. Another confession, I'm obviously getting older and my eyesight's getting worse. And every day the technicians challenge me with the font that they put in front of me. So every day I have to show them a little bit bigger. So when I do this, I mean, please increase that. So sticking with the confessions bit, for the better part of my career, geopolitics, I think, was kind of noise in the background. And then you got back to what really matters most in macro, which is growth, inflation, productivity, employment, and the likes. But I don't believe that it's background noise anymore. And I think many of you also don't believe that. And maybe just give yourselves maybe a quick hand. Cape Town, by far the biggest crowd. Every joke that's been told so far today also got the most laughter from everywhere in the country, so I'm very happy to be back in Cape Town with my people. I think that we're living through the end of this order that I refer to. And for me, the distinction between noise within a system and the breakdown of the system changes how we manage money. I'm going to take you through three interlocking forces. I'm going to tell you why Donald Trump is doing what he's doing and what China is trying to do in turn. My argument about demographics is going to be slightly the opposite of what my peers probably will tell you. And then I'm going to show you why I think South Africa is strategically critically important, but that we've got a window that we can lose if we don't use it. When was the last time that you made an investment decision about anything, asset allocation, bonds, duration, currency, equities, without first asking yourself a geopolitical question? If your answer is recently, I think that you're underpricing what I believe is the single most important structural shift of our investment careers. I don't think that we're living through a period of geopolitical noise anymore, as I said at the onset. I think we're living through geopolitical regime change. And for those of you that don't want to take notes this morning and find this presentation too fast or too rushed, I see that there was a journalist that somehow managed to capture pretty much every single thing that I said sometime this week, so you can go and read that article. Otherwise, for those of you that read my weekly, you're going to get the full presentation in any case. And I think that regime change reprices everything. So the post-1989 settlement that I referred to, which in those three boxes kind of speak to the three key things that I'm going to address, obviously refers to the fall of the Berlin Wall, Cold Wars ending, and very specifically also and importantly, the dawn of democracy, as we also witnessed in South Africa in the late 80s and early 90s. So on the first issue, for those of you that followed the Mark Carney speech in Davos earlier this year, which by many geopolitical experts have been identified as one of the most important geopolitical speeches ever made in the world. I'm quoting, "It seems that every day we're reminded that we live in an era of great power rivalry, that the rules-based order is fading, that the strong can do what they can and the weak must suffer what they must." That speech and what it actually says below the diplomatic language, for me, was a declaration that the rules-based multilateral order is not being reformed. I think it's being completely replaced by a system of managed bilateralism and national interest arithmetic. What does that mean? It means that the World Trade Organization isn't dead, but it's no longer the referee. You see Donald Trump doing exactly the same thing with NATO as well. Every nation is now running its own trade policy as an extension of a national security doctrine. Something that lies very close to my heart as a macro strategist and something that I've practiced over the last 3 decades is something that we don't use in our portfolios and our views on markets on a daily basis. But if you want to think about 5 years and 10 years and 20-year investment horizons for your kids and for your clients, these things are critically important. I remember vividly when I was younger at Atlantic Asset Management, Arno Lorenz used to say to clients, "Eric has a 50-meter or 100-meter view of the world from up above, and then he's the 10,000-meter guy." So this is the 10,000-meter view. So I've grown up, Arno. On the deep sea side, you would now even see movies and Netflix stories about submarines surfacing somewhere in Scotland or Norway. You will hear often about internet cables being cut on the bottom of the ocean. Norway, who these days probably known as one of the more peace-loving nations, leaving their Viking history behind, have recently purchased 52 F-32 fighter jets, or F-35 fighter jets. 52, Norway. Why? Because the Arctic is melting. Russia, China, and America is fighting for trade routes there. Why? Because they're gut full of what's happening in the Middle East. And they can't trust what's happening at the bottom of South Africa as well. And I'll get to that in a second on the article that I wrote a while ago. America calls South Africa one of the 10 most strategic important countries in the world, but it first needs to see if we choose China and Russia above them. With regards to space, and I'm going to read this very carefully because I believe I said yesterday 8 kilometers per hour, and that's too slow up in space, so it's not dangerous. So if you humor me, space is a sovereignty story. Whoever controls satellite communications, GPS navigation and surveillance infrastructure controls the information layer of the global economy. Starlink in the Ukraine proved the concept. China's Beidou is the counterexample. A silent daily war is fought with non-kinetic tools. Cyber attacks, GPS spoofing, directed energy lasers, and jamming against enemy reconnaissance satellites. That's a mouthful, people. I did not watch Star Wars and Star Trek at school. I played rugby. And John Smith will tell you later today that I was probably a prop. I wasn't. 4 nations have already demonstrated client-to-send ASAT capabilities. You can Google it. Go and read up on ASAT, and a word that's not in here, or probably something that I should have mentioned earlier on the ocean bed as well, and try and say this 3 times fast, is the Clarion-Clipperton zone. Those two things are critically important to understand the longer-term picture of what's happening here, so go and research on it. There are currently 40,000 objects tracked in orbit, specks of paint, nuts, bolts, whatever. What ASAT basically is, those 4 countries with ASAT capabilities are guys that have missiles on the ground or somewhere up in the air, and they're shooting down their own stuff, not other people's stuff. Why are they doing it? They're creating noise up in space. Elon Musk is going to put hundreds of thousands of satellites up in space trying to figure out what's going on around the world. And these guys are trying to create noise. It's the equivalent of sailing with a Russian or a Chinese massive boat, dragging your anchor across the bottom of the ocean and trying to rip up an internet cable. This sounds like science fiction, but it really isn't. Trump's fiscal arithmetic, from my perspective, is actually quite simple. I think that he sees tariffs as revenue, he sees deficit spending as stimulus, and the Fed as a political instrument. I repeat that 20 minutes is not enough for this topic, and so I can't delve into Scott Bessent's idea on stable coins, etc., replacing dollar hegemony. But at the moment, Donald Trump's approach, I feel, is accelerating paradoxically what Scott Bessent is actually trying to manage, which is a slower erosion of the dollar reserve dominance. I repeat, the counter argument to that can be what Scott Bessent's trying to achieve with stablecoins. So don't underestimate that as a powerful tool in time to come. However we look at this, the petrodollar is no longer a certainty. Saudi Arabia's Aramco pricing experiments, BRICS payment rails, and the Chinese yuan's creeping bilateralism aren't yet dollar replacements, but they're definitely the creation of the architecture of this. And the question for investors, therefore, is not if, but when this reprices global risk-free rates. I would argue that US Treasuries, especially in the 30-year area, racing through 5%, is starting to pull this question into 2026, and it's actually meant to be a 2030 question. So what is Trump trying to achieve, and what's China trying to do on the opposite side of this? I think that Donald Trump is nationalizing globalization, but he's doing it for America. He's not trying to destroy it. His tariff regime operates as industrial policy, not as classical trade policy. The goals are to rebuild US manufacturing. America has deindustrialized at a rate of knots over the last 3 decades. When I was at school, America was a reputable shipbuilder across the world. Today, there are countries that build more ships, cargo ships, per month than America does in a decade. Cannot be. They fund the fiscal deficit without bond market discipline, and they extract geopolitical concessions from allies and adversaries all the time, simultaneously. Economic outcomes are secondary for them. Political durability is what reshapes their structural environment, and also for asset prices. At the same time, I don't believe that China is losing. I think that China is actually executing a very patient substitution strategy, but they're doing it so via domestic consumption at the moment. Resource and infrastructure-focused integration and technological self-sufficiency in semiconductors and AI. But its demographic challenges are real. The workforce has peaked, the property sector faces secular decline, and youth unemployment is structurally elevated. Yet, Japan showed that demographic decline need not block geopolitical ascent when paired with productivity-led capital deepening. What does that all mean? China is trying to be independent of anyone trying to attack them, either strategically, actively, or through economic warfare by 2035. Independent in microchips, independent in medicine, independent in currency stability, independent in commodity resources. What that means also is that they're therefore trying to attempt all of this at a civilizational scale. But for them, it's also a dangerous game, and I'm going to get there in a second. China is probably going to be around 800 million people in a few years' time, and they've urbanized at a pace that very few countries can match. They've spent a lot on infrastructure and housing, and they've got a real debt problem. But more importantly for now, the dangerous middle ground, as Mark Carney noted at Davos, belongs to everyone else. Those non-aligned powers, such as South Africa and Brazil and India and Indonesia and the likes, they're being forced into choices today that they previously tried to avoid. One of my favorite topics, controversial sometimes for some, not meant to be, demographics is destiny. But in this instance, it's not the destiny that you think. I think the conventional wisdom gets it slightly wrong. The aging West equals fiscal stress equals bond supply equals higher yields. Or emerging youth bulge equals growth optionality equals equity premium. I don't think that's wrong in itself, but I think it is either incomplete or simplifies it too much. I think the more important demographic insight is about political economies, not about basic economics. Aging electorates vote for fiscal expansion, not austerity. They vote for protectionism, not for free trade. They vote for national identity politics, not multilateralism. And that is why I feel, and I'm not defending him, but that is why I feel that saying that Trump's the problem or America's the problem, I think that's incomplete. I think it's a symptom, it's not the disease. The political expression of societies that feel economically insecure and culturally or displaced is what we're witnessing in the West. So therefore, Trump is an anomaly. I think it's a symptom of a structural shift in the political economy of aging Western democracies. Again, demographics is destiny. If you outsource stuff that you think is beneath you, you are displacing yourself in your own society. In emerging markets, the youth bulge cuts both ways. A young, connected, aspirational population is the growth story, but only if institutions hold. Where they don't, youth unemployment is the most powerful radicalization engine in existence. For South Africa, especially, the demographic dividend is real, but I definitely believe, I fundamentally believe, it's time limited. And I think that window is a decade or maybe just a little bit more than a decade. If we miss that window, be it through policy failure or a skills exodus or an infrastructure collapse, but most importantly, very misguided ideology, then that gap can close permanently. I'm going to give you the 30-second version of a big article that I wrote recently on the back of Bozel's comment that Donald Trump sees South Africa as one of the 10 most strategic countries in the world. South Africa sits at the intersection of three of the most powerful structural forces I've described this morning. First is maritime route reconfiguration. The Cape of Good Hope is no longer a historical footnote. It's the primary alternative artery between the Atlantic and the Indian Oceans. The second is critical minerals deglobalization. Our near monopoly on platinum group metals makes it an irreplaceable input into friend shoring, supply constraints for America, the EU, and all those countries. But most importantly and thirdly, and I think very underappreciated, is green hydrogen in the industrial build-out. So where our platinum group endowment as a mining asset can be used as a catalyst for the entire Western society to generate clean energy in time to come. So for me, the single question that determines whether South Africa captures this prize or watches faster moving alternatives take it, I don't think that question is geopolitical. Whether it's consumer confidence or business confidence, we're already telling you something's not right in this economy. So it's not geopolitical. What is it? It's domestic. It's Eskom. it's Transnet, it's policy certainty, it's execution, or lack thereof. So for this room, for all South African investors, it's not an abstract geopolitical observation. It's the most consequential country risk question on your scorecard for the next decade. Wrapping up then, what does it mean for how we manage money? Geopolitical regime change has 4 direct investment consequences. I have them up on screen, and they should be quite simple. Everything that I've said today speak to these issues. Whether we think about it from a duration perspective, from the importance of commodities moving from cyclical to structural and secular, whether we're thinking about inflation becoming more structural because of all these issues, or finally, the importance of understanding that geopolitics is not something that should be seen as a footnote anymore, but is now our closest friend and a dispersion idea rather than just something on the periphery. Wrapping up, the age of geopolitics is not a risk to be managed around. It's the operating environment, I believe, that we now inhabit permanently. Managers who will compound capital over the next decade aren't those who find safety in the consensus. The world has just crossed the threshold. We're no longer living through a period of geopolitical noise. Duration risk is now a geopolitical variable. Commodity cycles are now structural. Inflation regimes we thought we understood are being reset. We built the framework to navigate exactly this environment before the world made it necessary. I think the world is now caught up to this thesis. Thank you very much.
Beyond the hype, where AI creates opportunities for advisors. Rob McDonald.
Good morning, everybody. It's good to be back in Stormer's country after a road trip. You've got some, I think, relatively well-known Sharks player talking to you later on today. And I'm very curious to know whether he makes his joke about the Stormers that he's been doing in the other territories. We'll see. But we've heard from Eric how the world is changing dramatically, and this topic of AI is another form of change. And change is something that human beings struggle with. It makes us feel uncomfortable. And so what I'd like you to do is to give you an experience of change right here and now, and ask you to do something that you don't often get asked to do in a presentation, and that is to stand up, please. And then while you're standing, if you could just turn to the person next to you or the person behind you or in front of you and just share with them what your first monthly salary was that you earned when you started working. Okay. Do you want to tell me what yours was?
150 rand.
150 rand. What were you doing?
No, that was my military.
Oh, you're military lady. Okay, cool. Okay, what is your name? Leon. Okay, cool. Okay. Okay, keep standing. Please keep standing. Please stay standing. What I'd like to say is that actually you've now just entered yourselves in a competition, and the competition is a race to the bottom. And I've got an opening bid from Leon over here of 150 rand a month. Please keep standing. Please keep standing if you don't mind. I know it's cold, but it'll keep you warm. Is there anybody who wants to go lower than 150 rand? There we go. 109. 109 at the front, the back. 28 rand. 28 rand. When you're in the army, okay, I don't know if there's somebody over there. 19 rand 34 cents. I think that's going to be a tough one to beat. What is your name, sir? Johan. Johan, you're the winner of a book. Well done. Well done, yeah. You want to come? Yeah. Whilst Johan's coming up to get his book, I'd like you, well done, Johan. I'll talk a bit more about the book later. It's a book I've written about this topic of what we can do in this world of AI. But before you sit down, what I'd like you to do now is just to share with each other what you're currently earning, please. Sorry. Sorry. Okay, so there's a lot of laughter. I don't hear a lot of talking going on. What's going on in the room here? What's happening? I mean, this is a race to the top, by the way. There's another book available. Okay, so what's happened here? Why aren't we sharing with each other? Why don't we share with each other what we're currently earning? Anybody want to say? How does it make you feel? I can't hear. People start crying. Back about it. Okay, but my guess is because there's so much laughter that you're actually feeling a little bit uncomfortable. Would that be correct? Yeah, we feel a bit uncomfortable about exposing ourselves, don't we? And yet, what do we ask our clients to do every time they come and see us? Exactly what I've just asked you to do. So what I'd like you to do is just hold that feeling, because really that's central, I think, to the importance of the work that you do with human beings, which is what we're going to talk about today, because it goes to the core of who we are. Money does, and core of our identity. So thank you very much for participating in that exercise. And if you want to win the prize for the race to the top, please let me know later, and we'll share what you're earning. But you know, I recently, last week, in fact, I had the privilege of hiking in the Swiss Alps. I did a trail called the Eiger Ultra Trail. It took us 6 days to cover about 100 kilometers, and then last weekend they had the Eiger Ultra trail race, and the winner did it in 11 hours. So it was a bit sobering. But why I tell you the story is because I had on my mind Glacier, because I knew I was going to be talking at the Glacier Invest Summit, and also I was being exposed to glaciers in the Swiss Alps. And what was striking for me was, you can see that sort of blue ice in the middle of the photograph is a glacier. And what has happened in Switzerland and in Europe as a whole is there's been a heat wave in the last while. And the glacier lost day is the day when the snow on top of the glaciers melts. And the glacier lost day in the Swiss Alps happened 3 months earlier than normal. So at the end of June, that's hit the glacier lost day. Normally happens at the end of September. And what that highlighted for me, and we talk about change, is that climate change is here. You know, there are lots of skeptics around climate change and that, but certainly my experience in Europe over the last few weeks would suggest that we very much got climate change. And what happens with change is you get opportunities. So for example, if you're in the air conditioning business, you want to go to Europe because they're completely underprepared for the heat that they're experiencing. But the other problem with change is that whilst you have opportunities, you also get threats. And I do believe that we face an existential threat when it comes to climate change, because life is going to change dramatically, and we're seeing it already happening in Europe. But the other existential threat and the other change that we face is when it comes to AI. So I think there are huge opportunities for financial advisors when it comes to AI, but I also think that potentially we face an existential threat. And so I'd like to talk about 3 opportunities that we face and also think about that existential threat that we face. So firstly, AI, I'm sure most of you in the room would agree, offers a huge opportunity for improving efficiency in your businesses. Are there people in the room who are currently using AI in your practices or in your businesses? Raise your hand, the people using it. And you're using it, I'm guessing, to help you with client work, for example, transcripts of meetings, basically meeting preparation, communicating with your clients. I'm guessing all of that's happening. There's also scope for opportunity in technical work. So, I mean, I work with a planner in Durban who's developed his own CRM, financial planning, cash flow model using AI, and it just adapts it remarkably quickly on an ongoing basis. The scope for technical improvement is dramatic, asset allocation, portfolio construction using AI, and then, of course, practice management, being able to monitor what you're doing, being able to improve your reporting in your practice, etc. So the opportunity for increased efficiency is remarkable when it comes to AI. One of the estimates I've seen is that if you take it, that the average financial planning practice spends about 3 human days a year per client, so human interaction per client, working on client work, that's being cut down to 1 day. So it's being cut by 2/3. And so that frees up a lot of time for you as a financial advisor, which then leads us to the second opportunity, and that is to be able to scale your business. And you can scale your business in one of 2 ways. One is you can get more of the clients that you currently have because you've got more time. So more perhaps complex clients, free up time, or you get the opportunity to get new clients, clients that you hadn't considered having before because now you don't have to put so much effort into them. So, for example, Roger Portnoy in the UK, who's a commentator and practitioner in the UK, recently estimated or forecast that within 5 years in the UK there will be more than one financial planning business with about 15 advisors serving 7,000 clients. And that's a remarkable number, a remarkable ratio, but the reason they'll be able to do it is obviously through technology. So instead of 3 days of human time, you're going to be spending 90 minutes a year of human time per client. But most importantly, those clients will be much smaller clients than that advisors might have previously interacted with, paying retainer fees of less than £50 a month. And so what you're seeing is an opportunity of offering scalability, but also shifting how pricing is done and how fees are charged. So there are 2 very big opportunities that I think AI is presenting. And before I get to the third opportunity, I'd like to talk about the existential threat. And the existential threat is that clients are going to choose this humanoid-looking creature on the left rather than a human advisor. And you're probably saying, come on, Rob, we all know people like to interact with people. Well, yeah, I'm sure you're probably aware of it, but ChatGPT recently released their integrated personal financial planning platform, which provides a holistic service to clients. So I would put it to you, it's quite frightening. I mean, that's just, very recently released. It's still going to become more and more sophisticated as it gets developed. And that's ChatGPT's, personal financial planning platform that they're offering clients. They do, however, put a disclaimer at the bottom there, which says ChatGPT is not a replacement for professional advice, which is probably reassuring for everybody in the room. But the problem is that I'm sure there are some of you in the room who've had the experience of clients who come to you who've already consulted AI. Have you had that experience of, they've put their portfolio through Claude or through ChatGPT, and then they've come to you and said, this is what Claude's saying. What do you think? Have you had that experience? And so that's just the starting point of people consulting AI. And the question is, will they replace you with AI? And so the question is, what would make a person prefer AI to you? Any ideas? Why would somebody go to AI instead of you? Cheaper, faster, cleverer, no? Cheaper, faster, absolutely. But there are other reasons as well. So the first one would be no judgment. So the question that I asked you about sharing with each other what you're currently earning, if I'd asked you to tell Claude what you're currently earning, you would have said so straight away, because you wouldn't have feared that judgment. Similarly, as you said already, the AI is completely consistent. It's there all the time. 2 a.m., 2 p.m., 10 a.m., 10 p.m. It's always there. It's always there for you, and it's consistently the same. Speed. You mentioned it. You know, I don't have to wait till next week to get my appointment with you to come and chat to you about the fall in the markets. The fall in the markets happens, I go straight to AI and I get my response. And as you know, AI is generally programmed to be very supportive. And then cost. Fraction of the cost to what I would have to pay a human financial advisor. So there are very real reasons why people might choose AI rather than you. Which begs the question, if we are going to remain relevant and not be subject to an existential threat, we need to think about, well, what does it mean to be human? Because hopefully going forward, our clients are all going to be humans. And what is it about being human that we think is distinctive that's going to make us relevant? Any ideas? What's going to be important? Our smile? Okay, great. Our smile? Emotions. Emotions are going to be important, aren't they? Emotions are important about being human. There are other aspects of being human that are important. You know, we are social animals. We want to be connected. And also, unfortunately, we also make flawed decisions. And so to share with you the story of one client who made flawed decisions, who showed what are the vulnerabilities of being human, her name is Rose. In late 1999, she goes to see her financial advisor because she's thinking about retiring in 3 or 4 years' time. And Rose wants to know, a bit like the client that Zinat introduced us to at the start of the session, wants to know if she's got enough to retire. And her financial advisor looks at her portfolio and sees that she's got enough money. But the problem is her portfolio is very distorted because it is exposure to one share. 90% of her portfolio is in one share and the rest in other investments. What does her financial advisor tell her to do? Diversify. Brilliant. Tells her to diversify. What does Rose do? She doesn't. She doesn't listen to the advice. And in March 2000, those of you around at the time would remember that the tech bubble burst and her portfolio collapsed. And the reason why that's relevant is that because Rose had worked for a technology company and the one share in her portfolio was the share of her employer. And so that went up and it went down and her retirement dreams were shattered. Now, what happened here was that Rose came with her life and money dilemma. Have I got enough money to retire? And her advisor gave her the advice and the solution that she needed, which is what everybody in this room is hardwired to do. Give advice, provide a solution. The problem is Rose didn't take that advice. Have you got clients like that who sometimes don't listen to you? Are there? Yep, some nodding with their heads. So what happens then? How do we address this problem? And how do we do this in a way? Because remember, AI would have also told Rose to diversify. So how can we differentiate ourselves? I think we can differentiate ourselves by saying, I'm going to focus on the person, not the dilemma. And I'm going to help that person unpack their problem or their thoughts around that dilemma. And once they've done that, I'll give them the advice. So if we take Rose as an example, instead of focusing on the portfolio, the advisor could have said to her, tell me about your retirement. What does it look like? And Rose says, well, I want to buy a small holding, grow organic vegetables, and live a simple life. Tell me about that share that you've got. Well, it's the share of my employer. I've been working there for 26 years. It's the only steadfast thing that I've had in my life. I got divorced and my company was completely loyal to me. They stood by me. They've been the source of stability. They've been my rock. Now you can imagine if somebody's relationship with their investment is like that, when you tell them that they've got to diversify and sell their share, they're going to run a mile. And so by unpacking the relationship with the dilemma, one is able to create the fertile soil for the advice to land. Because if we had said to Rose, Rose, do you realize that dream of yours around the small holding is under threat because of this situation with this share, she might have been more open to that. But what I'm talking to you about, this idea of focusing on this person, on the human, rather than the technical dilemma, is this is at the core of what I call a coaching way of being or a coaching approach that I certainly spend a lot of my time working with financial advisors on developing the skills to do this, because I think this is the future for financial advice. And I am supported by this perspective by a business like Vanguard, who actually introduced the idea of behavioral coaching as the key value add of financial advisors back in 2014, when they produced their paper called The Advisor Alpha, which they highlighted that at least half of the value of a financial advisor comes through behavioral coaching. They now, last year, produced this graphic, which tells us that if you want to immunize yourself against digital advice, against AI, then you need to be moving away from pure vanilla investment management or financial planning on the left up to the top right, where you're offering behavioral coaching and customized advice. And so in that way, not only do you immunize yourself against digital advice, but you also are able to price yourselves in a meaningful way. So that's good news, isn't it? Great news. So there is hope for us as human beings. But the problem is that you've got things like this. This thing here has transformed my physical health, my approach to exercise, etc. And there's been no human interaction whatsoever. Anybody else had that experience of having these watches somewhere, a couple of hands going up? So that tells me that I don't need to have a human being to give me behavioral coaching. This machine's done it remarkably well. If that's the case, then why would somebody choose a human being to be their financial advisor? What is the real reason they would come to you? What's the real reason that the human comes to you for advice rather than AI? Because we know that AI can influence our behavior anyway. What? Assurance? Trust. Brilliant. Trust. Trust at the core of it, isn't it? So a guy named Ben Henry Moreland wrote a paper about why humans will hire human advisors in this age of AI. And he talks about the fact that humans value trust, they value continuity, they know that the person's going to be there for them on an ongoing basis. Objectivity, that you come from the outside, you help your clients see their world better, you hold them accountable. And then very importantly, going back to the emotions you spoke about earlier, you can show empathy to your clients. So there's hope, but I put it to you that my Apple Watch I trust. My Apple Watch is there all the time, continuous. It's very objective. It doesn't get emotional. And it holds me accountable. And so those first 4 items are critically factors that I think AI can do just as well as humans. Which brings us to empathy. And you're going to tell me now, well, AI can never do empathy. Well, one of your colleagues in the UK, a guy named Dan Haylett, wrote a paper earlier in the year saying that the empathy delusion is something to be aware of, because he believes that many financial advisors are making the riskiest bet of their careers. What does he mean by that? Well, he says basically that you are suffering from the empathy delusion if you believe that AI will never be able to replicate or surpass human-to-human connection. And similarly, you're also suffering from a delusion if you believe that clients will always prefer a human advisor for emotional support. Now, what grounds does he have to say this? Well, various bits of information, one of which I put to you here, is a recent study done in the Journal for Human-Computer Interaction, where they basically got 63 psychologists to assess transcripts of counseling sessions between human counselors and human clients, and AI counselors and human clients. And these professional psychologists were unable to distinguish between which transcript was one of a human to human and which was one of a human to AI. Not only that, they found that the AI to human transcripts were of a better quality than the human to human, which is a bit scary, that people are getting benefit from counseling from an AI chatbot, which happened to be called Pi in this instance. I don't know if you know this, but a couple of studies were done last year, one of which suggested that 1 in 5 adults use AI for companionship. And more disturbingly, the Wheatley Institute in the US, looking at adults, younger adults in the US aged 18 to 30, found that 1 in 3 men and 1 in 4 women in that age group had used AI as a romantic companion. Now, I'm not going to ask you if you fit into that category, don't worry. But the point is that we are deluding ourselves if we think that AI can't connect with us emotionally. And so that's the bad news. The good news is that thanks to AI itself, and this is the third opportunity I wanted to share with you, thanks to AI itself, we are able to discover that actually there's hope for us. This is a financial planning AI platform called Jump. You may or may not know it. Some of you might even use it. And last year it did a study. Studied 12,000 transcripts of meetings between financial advisors and their clients. And it analyzed those transcripts looking for a whole lot of different information and data. But one of the things that it found in analyzing those transcripts is that it makes a difference when a client comes to see a human advisor. How did they do that? Well, they measured the sentiment of the clients when they came into the meeting. That's the bottom graph, the bottom line on the graph. And they observed how the sentiment of the client changed in a positive way through the course of the meeting, and that brings you to the top line. What was the sentiment measured by? Well, negative sentiment of things like feeling anxious, unhappy, and positive sentiment of things like, being clear, being confident. And they found that there was a shift in the meeting between being anxious and concerned to being positive and happy. And that shift was a result of the engagement with a human financial advisor. They also found that that shift varied depending on the skill of the financial advisor. And so you can see on the left, the less skillful, the less of a shift of positive sentiment, more skillful on the right, a bigger shift in positive sentiment. And what that really effectively meant was that it makes a difference how skillful the advisor was in the meeting with the client. Remember, this is on 12,000 meetings that they're analyzing. And they identified 4 factors that made the difference, which they captured into what they called an advisor emotional intelligence score. And those 4 factors were: 1, those advisors who talked less had better outcomes. Okay? I know that's hard for advisors to accept. The second was those who asked open-ended questions, getting the client to open up. The third was making empathetic statements like, that must have been really difficult for you. And the fourth was being able to do emotional check-ins in the meeting. How are you feeling about that now? These 4 skills made a big difference if the advisor was able to apply them skillfully, which I think is an important point because it gives us hope that maybe there is something there that we can do to counter this existential threat. And that brings me to the third opportunity that AI offers us. That AI offers us the opportunity to get feedback to us on how we engage with our clients, how we are interacting with them, because we have to be more and more skillful at this if we are going to counter the threat of AI. And so I like to say that the key to the future for financial advisors is being a skilled human. That will be your superpower going forward, because all that technical stuff is going to be taken care of. And so that's the real opportunity that we have with AI, and using AI to help us get better at it. And what are the skills that I think we need? Well, that book that Jaco's got there captures some of those skills that I've written about in my book. But importantly, what I wanted to say is that we can categorize those skills in 3 areas: self-management, relationship with others, and technical, because we still have to be technically proficient. But importantly, the most important skill I believe going forward is going to be that one of self-management. Because if you want to talk less and you want to ask open-ended questions, you've got to manage yourself. And so my challenge to you as we close off the session is, go away, get AI to record, or even get your cell phone to record your next client meeting and see how much you speak versus how much your client speaks. And then take that as your baseline, and then see how hard it is or how well you can do to talk less in future meetings, because that's just one of the skills that I think is going to be critical as we go forward in this new world. Good luck with that, and thank you very much for your time.
What does diversification actually look like? Jaco Chris Koorts, Portfolio Manager, Glacier Invest.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. After a week on the road, it's very nice to be back in Cape Town and to see so many familiar faces in the crowd. It's my pleasure to talk to you about a simple but interesting topic, diversification. And Rob actually gave us the perfect example, right? Rose. What did she have to do? She had to diversify. What did she not do? She didn't diversify. So if you forget anything from this talk today, just remember, don't be like Rose. And with that, I can give you back 19 minutes and 30 seconds. But they've asked me to talk for 20 minutes, so you'll have to bear with me. And when we talk about diversification, it's almost impossible not to start here. So in 1952, Harry Markowitz famously said, diversification is the only free lunch. And obviously, Harry Markowitz is known as the father of modern portfolio theory. But what he did was he showed mathematically that by adding diversification to a portfolio, you can reduce the risk of the portfolio without reducing the expected return. So in other words, by adding diversification to a portfolio, you can make a portfolio more efficient. And from that was born the efficient frontier. And it's a tool that is used widely in the industry till today, including within Glacier Invest, to inform portfolio construction. So the idea of diversification is not new, and it's quite simple if you break it down into its constituent parts. Now, I know this is not the best-looking slide you'll look at today, but I can tell you I made this myself. And I made it without AI. But what I wanted to show you was that a typical investment portfolio is exposed to two main types of risk. On the left-hand side, you've got systematic risk. That is non-diversifiable. In other words, the entire market is exposed to it. And on the right-hand side, you've got idiosyncratic risk, which is just a fancy word for company-specific risk. And that is diversifiable. So examples of systematic risk is market risk. So the entire market drops, and therefore the value of the stocks that you hold in your portfolio drops as well through no fault of those companies. But then we can also get inflation risk, and that's normally the risk of inflation going up suddenly. You rarely hear of inflation going down suddenly and that being a bad thing. And normally what central banks do is they raise interest rates as a result. And as we saw with the Strait of Hormuz, a geopolitical event can often be the catalyst of such a risk. On the other hand, idiosyncratic risk is something like business risk, where a company fails or produces poor earnings. It can also be financial risk, where a company is too indebted. So in other words, all about the company's balance sheet. Liquidity risk, where a company is unable to sell an asset quickly, or it can sell it quickly, but only at a very deep discount. And then regulatory risk, where a changing law affects an entire industry. Now, the idea of diversification is we can place more and more layers of semi-transparent paper onto the right-hand side of this equation. And theoretically, by adding more and more diversification to a portfolio, you can remove all the idiosyncratic risk, and all that you're left with is systematic risk, right? Okay, so that's it. Thank you. But if you Google quotes on diversification, you don't have to scroll down very far, or even click on that second O of Google at the bottom to realize that not everyone is equally enamored with the idea of diversification. And these two quotes really do stand out. The first being, diversification is protection against ignorance. It makes little sense if you know what you're doing. And diversification may preserve wealth, but concentration builds wealth, right? That second one actually talks to behavioral finance quite a lot. Because what do we all want? We all want that 10-bagger. We all want to invest in that one share that will make us rich quick. And I think you hear that from your clients a lot. But I'd be very impressed if somebody can tell me who said this. Yeah, a little-known guy by the name of Warren Buffett. Nee. So the question is, are we going to go against the oracle? And to see whether we are, let's see if Mr. Buffett puts his money where his mouth is. And if we look at the at the listed equity portfolio of Berkshire Hathaway, at first glance, it might seem that it does, because the top 5 holdings makes up about 70% of the portfolio. That's a fairly concentrated portfolio. But if we take into account the fact that Berkshire Hathaway currently sits on a mammoth cash stockpile of roughly $400 billion, which is more than its entire public stock portfolio, and it owns about 70 businesses outright. Then all of a sudden, the portfolio looks a little more diversified than we would initially have thought. And also, you can't misquote Buffett in one way and not take into account that he also said that most institutional and individual investors would be better off in an index fund, right? And what is more diversified than an index fund? A little bit of a caveat. Obviously, these days, indices aren't as diversified as they used to be, and they actually are a bit concentrated, but you'll hear more about that later. So many people misquote Warren Buffett as being against diversification, and that's not entirely correct. What he's merely saying is if you add stocks, or in our case, unit trust funds to a portfolio, you're not going to magically increase diversification, and therefore you're not going to magically increase risk-adjusted returns. And he's often spoken about staying within your circle of competence, that area of the market or that industry where you have deep and true knowledge and where you can add actual value. So we agree with him because at Glacier Invest, we believe that true skill is rare. And we believe that only through in-depth research can you really tell what makes a fund or a fund manager tick. And therefore, we spend a lot of time. Neil has given you the organogram, but we spend a lot of time and resources in doing in-depth research and trying to determine what a manager or a fund's style beta is, and therefore in which market environments that fund is expected to outperform and also expected to underperform. If you've been my client for a while, you'll know that I love to say that I feel much more at ease if a fund is underperforming for the right reasons than if it's outperforming for the wrong ones. And with the locally listed unit trust universe of about 2,000 funds, and that number just keeps going up as more funds and fund managers are added to the equation, it has become increasingly difficult to create a high-quality unit trust portfolio. And this brings us to our manager research capability and the process behind it. So you can see it starts with the normal screening. That's very easy to do. Everybody with a simple tool can do that. But then we go into manager evaluation, which is the more difficult and more qualitative part. Then we make a decision. Do we appoint that manager? Now, for the largest portion of this crowd, this will happen mostly within an investment committee meeting. And then in the background, we've got people at the office continually re-evaluating that manager universe to determine whether there are new managers that we should perhaps add to a portfolio, or perhaps a manager has lost its edge and we need to fire them. And that process, as you can see, is a continual process. So how do we at Glacier Invest view diversification? Well, we view it as a relay team. So even at Olympic level, where only the best of the best make it, you're not going to field 4 finishers or 4 starters. And as invariably happens, if one of your teammates has an off day, the rest of the team can collectively lift their performance to try and make up for this. And therefore, similarly, by constructing well-diversified, style-neutral portfolios, we try to maximize the likelihood of producing excellent investment returns at portfolio level. And this brings me to the second half of my talk today. If you were here last year, you would remember me standing on this very stage shouting, "We've been having it at you." But today I can tell you, Kanako, feel it, it is here. Where we initially said, don't worry about it, if you want a building block portfolio, we can build it for you, we've been doing it for ages. We've had such good positive feedback from our client base that we are now, for today, officially launching our actual building block portfolios. And we call them the Glacier Invest Core and Strategic Portfolios. And what are they? The strategic portfolios utilize active building blocks where applicable. So both of them are building blocks, building block portfolios. But strategic uses active building blocks. And therefore, because an active manager is expected to provide better downside protection when the markets turn against you, these portfolios are expected to provide better downside protection as well. On the other hand, the core portfolios utilize passive or indexation strategies as far as makes sense, and therefore we try to provide you with maximum utility at the lowest possible cost. Now, to produce a really good, they told me I'm not allowed to say kick-ass off stage, so a really good building block portfolio, it consists of a three-step process. The first is you have to have a killer strategic asset allocation, and I'm going to go into a bit of detail on that now. Secondly, you have to appoint managers, only the best of the best, to manage these asset allocations for you. And then finally, and this is also what Neil told you, you need to add that little bit of magic dust, which in this case is a tactical asset allocation overlay that goes on top of this process and adds that final bit of value. So let's start with the strategic asset allocation. The left-hand side of this slide tells you what a good SAA needs to do. It needs to ensure a high probability of success to meet your related benchmarks. And because we know in the retail world, normally for a building block portfolio, there is a composite benchmark consisting of the individual SAA asset classes. But because we know in the retail world, we don't manage these portfolios in isolation. We actually have peer relative benchmarks for these portfolios. We try and get them as efficient as possible over multiple time horizons. And here I come back to my good friend, Mr. Markowitz. So for that, we use efficient frontier modeling. And what you can see on the right-hand side is actually the outcome of the process. So for a cautious, a moderate, and a moderate aggressive portfolio, that is what our process says your allocations to these asset classes need to be. And you can see we break it down between SA equity, SA bonds, SA cash, SA property, global equity, global infrastructure, and global property. Now let's zoom in on the moderate aggressive one for a second. How do we determine whether the outcome of this process is a good one? What I'm showing you on this slide is actually a hell of a lot of data, because every single point on this slide represents a 3-year annualized return. So what we do is we go back in time and we roll this 3-year return every month. And this is just the bare bones SAA. So we've not appointed any managers. We've not done our TAA magic on top. We just take the SAA. And we determine how often will it outperform the CISA multi-asset high equity category, which is the pink line, and CPI plus 5, which is the green line. And you can see from 2003, on a rolling 3-year basis, it outperforms the category average 84.4% of the time, and it outperforms inflation plus 5, 70.5% of the time. So that is effectively as efficient as you're going to get it. You're going to struggle to get it better than that. And I can tell you we've done the same backtest for cautious and moderate with even better results. So now that we're happy with the SAA, let's move on to step 2, which is the manager selection. And this brings me back to our manager research process. As I said, we start with a quantitative screen. We go into the qualitative overlay. The idea of the qualitative overlay is really to determine whether the manager is doing something else to add value, not just replicating a style that we can do quantitatively. And that then informs the style beta. How will this perform in different market environments? And the outcome of this is a buy list. And if you've been an IC client for a while, you'll know the buy list, the buy list, the buy list. It's our source of truth. Because the buy list consists of managers that we believe will be providing you with consistent first and second quartile performance over appropriate time horizons. That's an important caveat. Now, finally, the tactical asset allocation, and this is a slide that Neil showed you already. But by staying abreast of the trends, we've shown that tactically we can add value over time to the tune of about 70 basis points per annum. Doesn't sound like a lot, but believe me, if you fight tooth and nail for every basis point, that is a hell of a lot. What also sets us apart, so I mean, building block portfolios aren't new. Every DFM does it, and it's been done for a while, and it's done all over the industry. But really, the multi-manager in this case, with its institutional background, actually can add some value here. And because we come from that institutional roots, we can provide you with institutional building blocks within the strategic solutions. So what does an institutional building block do for you? it provides you with, firstly, significant cost savings. Because in that slide that Neil showed you, that 500 billion rands worth of assets, the bulk, is sitting behind these portfolios. We can really get some proper negotiation at the table and get the lowest possible fees within these solutions. Because the building block that we employ, as you'll see in a moment, is an already unitized structure. So you only see one line, SMM, SCI, institutional equity. If the multi-manager decides to make changes within that building block structure, there's no CGT implication for your client. And this allows us to get parity between our retail and institutional clients. And then finally, the multi-manager can also decide to employ hedging strategies at building block level. So that also provides you with additional protection. So if you add this to that SAA and TAA process that I've already explained to you, you have this suite of optimized portfolios at extremely cost-effective rates. And that really is the result. It's a risk-profiled set of building block solutions. And you can see how our core cautious and strategic cautious, moderate and moderate aggressive portfolios fall very nicely within the CISA multi-asset low equity, medium equity, and high equity categories specifically. But wait, there's more. I'm not going to leave you there. I am going to show you what they're actually made of. So you can see for the SA equity, SA bond, and SA property building blocks, we utilize those institutional building blocks. For SA cash, we utilize Eric and his team's strategic income portfolio fund. And really, that's because cash can be a real drag in a portfolio. And you can see in the cautious world, there's a 15% allocation to cash. So it's quite a nice pickup we can get on top of that actual dead weight in the portfolio. And as you can see on the global side, where we don't feel that we can add value by adding active management, we're not shy to go the ETF or indexation route, just to keep that TER as low as possible, because we know that clients are cost effective. And when it comes to building block portfolios, you are talking to a much more cost sensitive client. So that leads us to a moderate aggressive portfolio at an all-in 69 basis point TER, goes down to 56 basis points for cautious. So that's strategic. On the core side, we utilize ETFs or indexation strategies for all building blocks, except for SA cash, where we can once again add a nice pickup to the return expectation. And here you sit with a moderate aggressive portfolio at a total TER of 28 basis points. Yes, those of you who are eagle-eyed will have realized that they get cheaper the higher you go up the risk spectrum. That is not a typo. That's because that Satrix capped all-share ETF currently has a TER of 15 basis points. So the more you add to it, the more of it you have in the portfolio, the cheaper your portfolio becomes. Whether that will always stay the case, I can't promise you. So let's see if this works. Once again, if we now dial in on moderate aggressive, the pink line being the strategic portfolio, the blue line being the core, the greenish line being the category average once again, and inflation plus 5 being in gold. You can see over a 5-year time horizon, which is really the time that you want this portfolio to work for you, you get that nice exponential curve towards the end, with strategic outperforming core, as one would hope over the longer term. And then also when it comes to drawdowns, and I had to cut it real fine to get this slide back into the team, because I wanted to give you the end of June drawdown results as well, because we've seen this more recent pullback by the market. And you can see how more heavily the green line, which is the category average, has gone down. So even the SAA, the core portfolio, only the SAA process actually working for you to protect you on the downside. But luckily for me, else this would have been a very awkward presentation and I might have had to change my topic. You can see the pink line protecting better on the downside than the blue one. So with that, I would like to thank you for your attention and enjoy the rest of the day.
We're now going to have a bit of a leg stretch. I'm going to ask if you could please be back within 15 minutes, so around 11:05. Enjoy the coffee and something to eat, and I'll see you soon.
choice. But I choose to reflect the times and the situations in which I find myself. That to me is my beauty.
into our investment engine and how we think about investing at Glacier Invest. For the next half of the morning, we have two asset managers with us from 91 and Coronation. And then we're going to have a CIO debate with Paul Wilson. And Paul promised me that he's got really good dad jokes for me. It's become his signature. So at every event now, he's promised me he's going to keep to that tradition. He's promised me he's also saved the best for last. So let's see what he comes up with and if he gets the audience laughing or not. So can we please have the Slido up on the screens? You'll see a QR code there. If you can't join the Slido with the QR code, please just go onto slido.com and use those numbers. It's important to submit questions using that Slido for the CIO debate and also for the session later with John Smith. So yes, we have John Smith with us, former Springbok captain and World Cup winner in 2007. He's going to be sharing lessons in leadership and what it means to perform under pressure and ultimately lead a winning team. So very exciting second half of the agenda. Insight, partnership, outcomes. The thread continues. Enjoy.
Like clockwork, the world turns.
Things change. And to really understand, we need to be here.
And there,
we need a new perspective.
a fresh connection.
How's everyone doing today? A spark of inspiration.
We see the big picture. Because we're where you are.
And beyond. A global business. That's just down the road.
From onshore
to off, in a changing world.
We're here for you.
And everywhere. For your money.
Isn't it time to change how you see investing?
The Great Rotation. Is capital finally moving beyond the US? Rihanna Khan, co-head of SA Equity and Multi-Asset, 91.
Good morning, Cape Town. I promise this is not going to be a death of the dollar presentation, but let's go on a journey together and see if we can try and follow the money. Okay, so on the 10th of July, the Japanese finance minister stood up at a routine press conference, and she said something that had the ability to move $1 trillion. She said that the Japanese government wanted the Japanese pension funds, including their government pension fund, which is one of the top 3 pension funds in the world, at $1.8 trillion, to substantially increase their allocation to local Japanese assets. Bring the money home. The yen jumped to 40-year lows. The Japanese bond market had its best day in over a year. And then, a few days later, they walked it back. No immediate plans to change the allocation, and the yen gave it all back. So let's think about precisely what actually changed here. Nothing. But yet, the hint of what $1 trillion could do managed to reprice asset markets overnight. So repatriation of national savings has gone from unthinkable to now part of an official toolkit, and every market participant now knows that someday that call home will come. So hold that thought and look at this number. At its peak back in 2022, of every $100 flowing into global equity funds, 92 of those dollars went straight into the US market. $92 into one market. That number has dwindled to around the mid-20s in Jan-Feb this year, and has subsequently now reared its head again. So the question of this talk is simple. After an era from 2010, when the US was not just the best market, but the only market that really mattered, is money finally durably going to move beyond those US borders? We've had a few head fakes in the last decade, so is this just another one of them? So to answer that, we need to understand why America won, because it's only if we understand why they won that we can judge whether or not they are now losing. So I think this chart kind of explains everything. Essentially, the last 15 years, it's an earnings chart, not a price chart. The S&P 500's earnings has gone up threefold, while Europe struggled to grow its earnings, and Japan was struggling with deflation for much of that 2010 decade. So US exceptionalism wasn't just a bubble. The profits genuinely showed up, and the price tag then just got more and more expensive with time. So what's causing those earnings? A few things. Firstly, the business model revolution. Companies like Microsoft, Meta, Google, asset-light businesses with very low marginal cost. You write the code once, you sell it 1 billion times, no forklifts, no inventory, no factories, just code. And then they built up network effects, so they weren't just good companies. The search, the social, where every additional user you add just made the product more and more valuable. And then don't forget the years of intangible value built up in their large brands like Nike, Coca-Cola, Visa, where a competitor couldn't just come in and replicate that with CapEx. A part that gets kind of forgotten is that bottom layer of the stack, essentially the plumbing of the US market, because below that equity market sits the deepest, most rich liquid capital market. And that matters because America's treasury is the world's risk-free rate. The dollar is the world's reserve currency. So whenever there was an issue or crisis anywhere in the world, money would flow towards American assets, not away from it. If we look at the policy tailwinds, there were numerous of them, from shareholder primacy, where the tax rate was cut from 35% to 21%. You then have very low-touch tech regulation versus global peers. And then finally, don't forget, a Federal Reserve that backstopped markets in 2008, in 2010, and again post-Silicon Valley Bank in 2023. Throw on top of that the demographics, where the US has also always been known as the wealthy outlier. Immigration-fed population, while Japan aged, Europe stagnated, and China's working age population peaked in 2015. Finally, throw in the shale revolution, which turned America from an importer of energy to an energy superpower, and you've got the full stack. So US exceptionalism was never one thing. It was a stack, with each layer reinforcing the next. And so, for us, the question for the next decade is now, which parts of that stack are starting to crack? So before we look at the world ahead and tour the regions, I think it's best that we look a little bit below the surface, because this rotation might not just be geographic. It might be the sectors within them that matter a little bit more, because the decade that America won was an asset-light decade. Companies were being essentially rewarded for not investing. Capital discipline, share buybacks, return on invested capital was king. And nobody's business models were purer than the technology companies. In that world, owning a shipyard or a power plant was a value trap by construction. But that world is ending. Just look at what's being built around us. AI data centers and the power to feed them, Europe rearming themselves, chip fabs, the entire electrification complex. So software ate the world, and now it's buying real estate. And for the first time in more than a decade, we've got a proper CapEx cycle. And that's funded not just by corporates, but by governments who don't care whether or not interest rates are rising because it's their fiscal spend. So this inverts the winners. The marginal dollar of profit now flows to those guys that own the physical bottlenecks, the physical assets. So your power and grid equipment, defense primes, your industrial capacity, and then the banks that finance all of it. And it flows above all into scarcity. If one can cleanly put what the AI era is going to be like, it's made software abundant. And when something's abundant, its price falls and value starts to move towards those areas that are scarce. So what is scarce in this AI world? Well, an example is copper. You can't prompt a copper mine into existence. It takes 15 years from discovery to production. Rare earths, uranium, a handful of companies that are actually able to make the chips needed for AI. And then, measured in years, a queue for firm power and grid connections. So mining and materials, the very sector that was ex-growth in that prior decade, are sitting on the very assets that an asset-heavy world needs. So scarcity over abundance might be the three words for the sector rotation that's potentially at hand. But like with every CapEx supercycle, it usually ends in a glut. You can read about the railroads of the 1890s or the fiber dynamics in 2000. Somebody always lands up with a very empty, very expensive warehouse. And so what we have to do in our portfolios is harvest that scarcity, but manage the cycle with valuation discipline, sizing discipline, and selling into those euphoric moments so that we can then harvest and grow and protect our capital through the cycle. So with that lens on, let's have a look here in terms of the very economies that are sitting on those scarce assets are essentially Europe, Japan, in the emerging world, whereas the US sits on the other side of that equation. So with that lens on, let's move further in terms of understanding where the world is. So if we think about the US, it's still exceptional, but newly fragile. Many layers of that stack are still intact that we saw. Corporates are still making high returns on invested capital. They've got their deep capital markets, and the US is definitely at the front of AI. But some of those layers are starting to crack, one of those being the fiscal layer. Debt, interest on the debt in the US is now running at $1 trillion, more than their defense spend. And the government is running deficits of 6 to 7% at a time when they are at full employment. So the US bond market has turned from a shock absorber into the source of the shock. And that has implications for the dollar. And then the more important piece is that openness layer. You know, the open capital account. We want global talent and customers. Allies recycling all their excesses and surpluses into US treasuries. Trump's America First policy is essentially reversing a lot of this. And America is voluntarily now narrowing the channels that essentially subsidized its cost of capital. If we look at Europe, interesting times. Is this their fiscal reawakening? What Europe's problem has always been is its macro, austerity, fragmentation, and surpluses that they were exporting to the US. But the security shock has forced them into fiscal action. And so what you're seeing out of Europe now is a fiscal package out of Germany, the biggest in 3 decades. And NATO has put down a target of 5% of GDP by 2035 for defense spend. So pleasingly, Europe's earnings are now, for the first time in a while, starting to grow. The defense companies, industrial companies, and the energy infrastructure at really good valuations. But the bear case for Europe is real. They've got poor demographics, high energy costs, and they're definitely not at the forefront of AI. They are just a customer of AI. So it's a cyclical story, not a compounding one. But at current valuations, there are tons of opportunities that you can find that are good enough just in a normal sort of Europe. Moving along to Japan, deflation's over, and the market participants have been bullying them into that same capital discipline that we saw in the US, buybacks, restructurings, and that's the premium that America got that Japan's trying to get. What you own here in Japan are the beneficiaries of this reform, so the trading houses or the banks as interest rates normalize. And then you've got the entire industrial complex that's benefiting, especially the robotics companies as well, from this CapEx cycle. And then don't forget the 10th of July. That call for the money back to Japan is still on the table. We just don't know when the timing of that's going to be. Looking at China, the so-called uninvestable market, China essentially doesn't have that bottom end of the stack like the US has. Their lack of shareholder primacy, rule of law, open capital account, those are the things that hold them back. But they own that asset-heavy supply chain. So the solar panels, the batteries, the rare earth processing, and at a fraction of the multiples of the US. And more, they're getting on the front foot in terms of that frontier AI models. So what you own in China is that supply chain at that price, acknowledging that China does operate at much lower profitability than elsewhere. And the rule for us is, with China, you need to size the position appropriately. Moving along to Asia, India remains the structural story. Demographics in your favor, infrastructure boom, growing middle class. And India's problem has never been, direction. It's always been execution. So with the valuations where they are, you have to be quite selective and make sure, because we understand there's a lot of red tape and bumpy roads when it gets to India. And then you've got Korea and Taiwan, which own the hardware that's needed for this AI rollout. So let's move to emerging markets, which is the interesting one, because they are essentially the raw material for this rotation. That scarcity theme we spoke about runs straight through all of them. Think about Chile and Peru's copper, or Indonesia's nickel, or Africa, including South Africa's and Brazil's materials. These assets are what's needed to get this rollout going. And the old curse for emerging markets, being dollar debt, becomes a tailwind in a weaker dollar environment. Add to that, emerging market bonds in some of these countries are giving you really good real yields, so there's an opportunity for your balanced fund portfolio right there. But unfortunately, everything I've said cut through two very big uncertainties, and prior speakers would have spoken through some of this. So artificial intelligence and geopolitics. AI can cut both ways in America. The bull case is that AI becomes the next layer in that stack. And it's American-centric, it's a productivity boom that's proudly American, and you get this exceptionalism in America for another generation to come. But look at what the Magnificent Seven companies are doing. They are voluntarily changing their business models from asset-light to asset-heavy by spending billions of dollars on CapEx because they want to win this AI race. So depreciation is starting to eat into their earnings. Their cash flow conversion is starting to fall, and that's what they got their premium for. So the trick here is that these guys need to show that they can make a return on that capital, else those hefty price tags will come under pressure. But the other thing about AI is it doesn't just change what the guys are spending, it changes who gets to compete. So you can have, and we've seen it today, a 3-person company taking on an incumbent 300-person company. AI is decreasing the barriers to entry. So if the last decade was us assessing, buying the moat, the next decade is about us assessing whether that moat is still intact on a more regular basis. But either way, the AI era is more capital intensive than the software era. And that in itself decreases the gap between American business models and the rest of the world. Geopolitics, you've heard a lot about that. It's now the operating system, as what's been said, versus just a risk, because everyone everywhere are doing a similar version of the same thing. Renationalizing capital, supply chains, savings, and now artificial intelligence. And what the Iran war has taught governments, and what they're learning from it, is you can have the balance sheet to be able to buy something. So you've got your treasuries, you've gone and bought some gold so that you don't have as much treasuries on your balance sheet. So you've got the money, but if that item you're trying to buy is scarce or constrained, then what's the use? And India had this experience recently. It couldn't get fertilizer for its crops. So governments are going to have to think more strategically about which areas they need to stockpile on a go-forward basis. So why now? Why is this geopolitics at play now? Because this is just what we expect at the late cycle of a hegemonic cycle. At this point, when the incumbent, which is the US, feels like its position is being threatened, it doesn't go quietly. It defends itself. Tariffs, industrial policy, pressure on the central bank, the weaponization of the currency. This is a very similar playbook that Britain had back in 1932. So America First isn't an aberration. It's a response to this decline. And what the doom-mongers get wrong is that empires don't collapse. It's not an event. It takes years to get to that point. So financial deglobalization is following trade deglobalization, which means less money, essentially more money staying at home and less money flowing into the US. So bear with me for one last thought here, and that's a potential area in which asset allocation brings a new asset class, and that's digital money. Everything we've discussed, the capital going home, the rearming, the building, all moves on financial plumbing that was designed back in 1973. We've changed everything about money except the way that it moves. And what these payment rails are doing is becoming more and more as a weapon for these governments and becoming strategic assets. So this was Scott Bessent recently, in June 26, gave a speech, and he said, digital assets, stable coins, tokenization will help to shape the future of money. The United States should not consign itself to the sidelines while that future is built elsewhere. Listen carefully to what he's saying. This is not speculation anymore. He's saying that digital assets are now infrastructure. And this is the twist that matters for our rotation thesis, because every stable coin that gets issued by law needs to be backed by a US Treasury. And these guys expect this to increase tenfold by 2030. So creating $3 trillion of demand for stable coins, which are backed by treasuries, which is interesting because this is happening at the same time that foreign savers are taking their money home. So, is money finally moving beyond the US? Answer is yes, the rotation's real, because this time, it's not just the valuation. That stack that we looked at is starting to move. But underlying this, there's also a regime change that we spoke about, where things are going from asset heavy to asset light, and from asset light to asset heavy. So money's going to flow into those physical assets and scarce assets. And then we've got AI, which is decreasing the moats of companies and making software abundant. But no, this is not the end of America. The nature of their companies are still really good. They're at the forefront of artificial intelligence, and they still have deep capital markets. So the realistic scenario here is not collapse, it's convergence. Remember that British precedent. It took 50 years for that to go from start to finish. So America goes from being the only game in town to now being the largest casino on a street that just has some competition. 3 things will essentially tell us whether our thesis is right or wrong. The dollar. If the dollar continues to weaken, non-US will outperform. But if the dollar stalls, the rotation thesis stalls. Secondly is the earnings dynamics offshore. Europe's fiscal spend must hit bottom lines in the next 12 to 18 months. Japan's returns need to continue improving. And these industrial and defense companies, their order books need to continue to grow, because if the foreign earnings stalls, the rotation thesis stalls. And then AI monetization. Do you get this productivity boom? Is it American-centric or is it global? That's key to watch. So let me close where I started, which was that Japanese press conference. The deal was simple for years. The world saved, and America invested those savings better than anyone else. And that created the greatest equity market in history. But the deal is now being renegotiated, not by markets, but by governments. One press conference, one tariff, one pension signal at a time. And that world that these governments are building, this rearmed, reshored, re-electrified world, is made of steel, silicon, and megawatts, not just of software. So money's not fleeing America. Money's just going home, everywhere, all at once. And in the world where capital goes home and economies are getting rebuilt, the winning portfolio starts to look like the world again, or like the real economy again. Thank you.
Every morning we come together with one purpose: to earn our clients' trust. Those who've invested with Coronation for decades, and those just starting out. With more than 30 years of experience in local and global markets, we offer a world of investment opportunities. But we've never lost our startup mindset. It runs through our DNA. We dig deep to understand true value. It's how we've invested since 1993. We've seen long-term thinking rewarded. We've seen our clients' wealth grow. We've seen trust grow. And each day, it starts again. All of us putting our minds together to earn the trust of the millions of South Africans who invest with us. Coronation. Trust is earned.
Building a balanced portfolio in 2026, where we're investing. Carl Leinberger, CIO, Coronation.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, you've had to absorb a lot of content today, so I'm going to limit my ambitions and try and land two messages that I think are really important for the markets we find ourselves in. The first thing I want to do is to make the case for patient capital. What is patient capital? Essentially, the idea with patient capital is that you get many moods and many types of capital. You get patient capital, you get impatient capital, you get rash capital. There's only one kind of capital that prevails over decades, and that's patient capital. It's the importance of time to this endeavor. And this is an internal graph that I send out from time to remind members of the team where they need to be focusing. Okay. Because it's natural to the human psyche to live in the now. The market cares about 3 years: last year, this year, and next year. And the point is that when you invest in financial assets, you invest behind exponential growth. What grows in an exponential manner? Populations grow in exponential manner. Viruses grow in an exponential manner. Financial assets grow in an exponential manner. And that has been famously called the seventh wonder of the world. And it's one of the two powerful forces you have that you can avail yourself of for free in investing. The other is diversification, as we heard about this morning. The second is exponential growth. So our focus, it's like we run a marathon looking at our feet. And we don't look up to the horizon. And what I want when I'm focusing the team's attention on where it needs to be is we need to look out. We need to look out 5, 10, 15, 20 years. And that applies wherever you sit in the value chain in the industry, whether you're the end client, whether you're the advisor, or whether you're the person managing the money. You get outsized, leveraged outcomes to the underlying returns that are being delivered if you stay invested for very long periods of time. And the single best case study for that is Warren Buffett, who we have mentioned a few times today because he retired famously this year at the age of 95. So this is someone who had a working career of 7 odd decades. And not only did he invest for such a long period of time, but his annual returns were so compelling. He outperformed the markets by 9% a year for 7 decades. What happens? The outcome is utterly spectacular. A super cool illustration, explanation of the power of exponential growth is this one. If you took all that capital that he had accrued over 7 decades and assumed in a thought experiment that he did something really silly to lose 99% of his capital on the last day, after that, he would still have more capital than the underlying market, which we know over that period also delivered spectacular returns. So that is a great illustration of the power of exponential growth, something every person in this room has the potential to invest behind. Okay. We all, when we think about long-term outcomes, naturally understand the importance of your annualized returns. But it's the time spent invested earning that returns that matters. So to look at the Warren Buffett example just a little further, many of you would know that at the age of 95, he's accumulated $150 billion, right? From a starting point of 0. It's a spectacular outcome. What most of us don't know is that had he retired at the age of 52, which is where I am today, he would still have done an incredible job, have worked for 3 decades, and yet his capital at that point was only $400 million. I mean, it's not a trivial outcome, but it's nothing like the $150 billion we see today. Very few of us in the room would have heard about this person had they worked for the sort of normal period in which people work. And so this is such an important and underappreciated point. as important as the returns you achieve on an annualized basis are, is the time that you were invested. That adage that it's time in the markets that will define your ultimate outcomes rather than trying to time markets. Okay. So the one asset class that does sit in that camp of patient capital for most people in the room, most of our clients, would be residential property. And the reason for that is that people can't sell their homes. They have to live in their homes, and the friction costs are enormously high, so people tend to stay in their home for decades. So I did a stylized example of the returns I might have achieved had I been in a home for the entire duration of my employment at Coronation. I joined the 1st of August 2000. At the time, I was in net debt, but let's assume that wasn't the case, and I'd been able to buy a house for R1 million. I then held that house for 26 years, 2 renovations and some solar panels that went in. Had I achieved the returns of the National Residential Property Series, okay, now, everyone's achieving different returns in different markets, but if you just took the national average, then I would have achieved an annualized return of 7.7%, okay, which would mean that today I had a house worth just under R7 million. And that's the key point. When we talk to friends and family and clients about residential property, they're always so happy with what their homes have done. And the reason is they don't go back and work out the annualized returns. They look at initial capital and final capital. And so they're naturally getting to the right answer, which is look what happens over long periods of time to my capital if I leave it there. Okay. But for most people, and for everyone it's a little different, and there are people who do spectacular numbers. For most people, the reason they've done so great in residential property is not because the annualized returns were exceptional. It's because of the period of time over which they were invested. And the case that I want to make today is that all of us in the room need to persuade our clients to put financial assets into that camp of patient capital. If you look at another real case study, which is the Coronation Balance Fund, which I manage, and we look at the same data, apply the same data to it that we did for the residential property case study. In other words, you put R1 million in. They're the 3 cash flows that we assumed for residential property, for the solar panels and the renovations. Where would you be today? And the answer, after all costs, that's after VAT, it's after manager fees, it's after trading costs, it's all in. What is your final outcome? Just under 26 million rand. So 26 times your initial capital invested over the 26 years. It's a spectacular outcome. And the tragedy for me is how few of clients actually capture those returns that have been delivered over very long periods of time. I think the capture rate for residential property is much higher than the capture rate for investors in financial assets. We do have one client, by the way, who got that right. And we can take you through the numbers because the name isn't revealed. But this is someone who invested in the Balanced Fund 5 weeks after it opened. On the 8th of May 1996, they put 10,000 Rand into the Balanced Fund. And for 26, 27 years, they did nothing. Not a single transaction. That is patient capital, right? Put the money there, forget about it, get on with your life. And then starting in 2023, over the subsequent sort of 3 or 4 years, there were 10 withdrawals, totaling 33 times the amount initially invested. And where is that person today? After those 10 withdrawals, they're still sitting with capital today 12 times the initial amount invested. Really is an extraordinary case study of the need for patient capital. And so if this is such a compelling argument, why is it that the capture rate is why is it that the capture rate is so low? Why is it that so few clients ultimately earn those returns? I think the answer is that financial markets drive us crazy. There's extraordinary volatility. Okay, and that volatility results in brutal drawdowns. We might be on the verge of going into one of those right now with the flare-up in the Iranian war. We all have to endure periods, and often prolonged periods, of underwhelming returns. We've got pricing transparency, we've got mark-to-markets. We all agonize about how we've done in the last quarter or the last 12 months. Have you ever met anyone who agonizes about what their house value did in the last quarter or the last 12 months? No, because they don't have that data, so they don't know the number. We also have incredible liquidity in financial markets. You can move money with a second's notice. And all of this results in value-destructive behavior. We end up buying when the news is good and prices are high. We end up selling when the news is bad and prices are low. When the first rule of investment is buy low, sell high. We don't end up staying the course. And what I mean by that is by staying heavily invested in equities through the cycle for prolonged periods of time, and staying invested with winning managers for prolonged periods of time. And as a consequence of that, unfortunately, a very high percentage of the savings industry ends up realizing the very long-term returns available in financial assets. This is just a graph talking to that. It shows you the annual returns by calendar year of the S&P index over the last few decades. And it's a pretty compelling data series, the blue lines. You look at that data series and you'd back yourself to stay invested, right? The overwhelming majority of years are positive. There are a few negatives in there, but most you'd back yourself to withstand that. So why don't people get that right? And the answer is the turquoise line series. That shows you what the biggest drawdown within that calendar year was. So if you look at last year, you got a 10% return in the S&P. It's a pretty decent outcome. Doesn't seem too big a deal. But in order to be there for the full year and achieve the 10% return, you had to endure a drawdown of 9% within that period. You had to take the 9% drawdown to achieve the 10% in the full year. Okay, the second message I wanted to leave you with today relates to what your expectations of the future should be. We've had an incredible last 3 or 4 years in the SA savings industry. All the asset classes have been really strong. SA equities, property, bonds, global equities. Most of your clients should be very happy today. And that's very different to the situation 3 years ago, where returns had been very anemic and it was more difficult to see clients. And so a lot of clients and advisors are coming to me and saying, we know how cycles work, and presumably the message is we need to grit our teeth, tighten our belts, and expect a period of lower returns, and maybe even move asset classes around. And the message from Coronation is actually a surprising one. It's that we're actually very optimistic. We see tons of opportunity out there. And that's unusual for us, a manager who has proven over the years they think out long term, they look through cycles, and I'm going to take you through the reasoning for that. So our asset allocation funds are quite heavily invested offshore, and they're full of equity. And the question obviously is, how can you be full of equity when the indices are at record high levels? And the reason is we are not invested in the indices. We think there's a very compelling stock picking opportunity, both in global markets and in local markets, although for different reasons. Why are there so many stock picking opportunities in global equities? The reason is that we've seen passive grow from a very small share of the market to a very large outsized share of the market. Passive today is more than half of assets, and by many estimates, around 80% of flows in global markets. And in the process of growing to that size, we think that passive has damaged the price discovery mechanism. It's made markets very inefficient. Effectively, we think it's broken the market. And we think that as a consequence of that, that has left a lot of mispriced stocks, which long-term stock pickers can take advantage of. And so it's that stock picking opportunity that we are so enthused about, and that is so well represented in our portfolios. This is a slide showing you the narrowness of global markets. It shows you the percent of stocks that beat the market in each calendar year going back sort of 3 decades or so. And you can see that the last 3, 4, 5 years have been complete outliers. In other words, all the returns that you've seen are being driven by a narrow part of the market. Just a few stocks beating the market. Most stocks doing a whole lot worse than the market. And that's where we think the opportunity lies. If you look at our global equity funds and emerging market funds, what we're showing you here is the upside to underlying intrinsic value in those two portfolios that we have picked, where we've picked the stocks. And what it shows you is that you are seeing historically very significant levels of upside, as good as we've ever seen in the sort of 15 odd years that we've been managing these portfolios. And the number is very close to 100%. So that means for every dollar you put into these funds, we believe you're getting $2 in value. It's an extraordinary proposition if we're correct. If you look on the South African side, we've also had very recently a very narrow market. 2025, only a fifth of the market, a fifth of the stocks on the market beat the market, and the reason for that is nothing to do with passive. It's got to do with the precious metals bull market. And our funds underperformed last year and are outperforming this year because we believe that that precious metals market became a bit of a bubble. And while that cost us performance last year, it has contributed to holding the line on that long-term view, has contributed to performance this year. Our funds were overweight gold 5 years ago for all the reasons that you hear you ought to buy gold. Worried about global over-indebtedness, worried about the debasement of the dollar, worried about the weaponization of the dollar. But at some point, the gold price, we think, dislocated from the underlying fundamentals. It's like everyone wants to insure their house, but if the insurers make you pay half the price of the value in insurance premiums, no one's going to insure their house, right? So there is a price at which a hedge makes sense. And we think at some point, gold was a hedge, but as it became the momentum trade of markets and became one of the world's most crowded trades, it lost that hedge quality. It became a risk-on asset. It became a momentum asset. And that's exactly what we think we've seen over the last 4 months. Where the US invades Iran, all of us would have expected the gold price to go up in that event because we've had a risk event. This is your hedge. This protects you from the risk event. What happened? Gold collapsed. And the reason it did is it had become a momentum trade. We think it was speculative excess, and we think that the risks of capital loss were very high. We think that's been vindicated. Are we buying yet? Is the obvious question. Having seen some correction? Not yet. We think quite a lot of the froth has been taken out, but our funds remain very underweight in gold, very underweight in PGMs. And we think what's happened in this gold and precious metals market is that that has sucked the oxygen out of the room. People had to sell everything else to buy gold and PGMs. We think that's left a lot of value in the rest of the market. And that is where the bulk of our portfolio is invested. And that is why we still think a well-picked portfolio of South African equities can deliver very compelling returns in the years ahead. So the message from me is, yes, it's been a great few years. This is not the time to move clients' capital into cash. This is the time to stay invested with stock pickers that you back, because certainly for ourselves, we are actually expecting very good absolute returns from all of our asset allocation and equity funds. And that's it from me. Thank you very much.
CIO Debate. Karl Leinberger, Coronation. Horatius Maluleka, 91. Erik Nel, Terebinth in partnership with Amplify. Facilitated by Paul Wilson. Sanlam Multi-Manager International.
All right. We can still say good morning for 1 minute. So good morning, everyone. It's nice to see you all. We've been taking this panel around the country, and it's been had some quite fun debate. But I usually start with my bad dad jokes. There was one person who asked me please not to do it, but for the rest of your benefit, I'm going to make you groan even louder. This is particularly for John Smith because he seems to like these. So. The first one I'll say is my math teacher called me average. This is for the math geeks out there, but that was quite mean. At least we got some laughs. There was actually one of you that told me one that I thought was very good. What do you call a tick on a gate? Hectic, which I liked. And then two goldfish are in a tank, and the one turns to the other one and goes, "Do you know how to steer this thing?" So, some of you will laugh about it later. All right. So thank you, gentlemen, for joining me. I think if you want to send any questions through, you're welcome to. But essentially what we're going to be trying to do today is to take you into the mind of a chief investment officer. So I've got three really impressive chief investment officers next to me. And I think what will make it more leveling for everyone else is if we start with our worst mistakes, because that's always something that brings us down, pops our egos and things. So I'm going to start with you, Horatius. Can you tell the audience what you think your biggest mistake ever was in your investment career, and what were the lessons that you learned from that?
Yeah, so this one is something that I still think about today, and it happened quite early in my career, but it was a grounding force for my education and investments. So I had the opportunity to work in the heady days of private equity in South Africa. So this was 2006 to about 2008. We were buying businesses at the peak of the cycle, saying this time it's going to be different. All the cliches that you've heard, we're buying those businesses at the top of the cycle, paying significant amounts of money, and hoping to restructure away bad economics. So those were the big lessons. So 2008 came, the tide went out, money wasn't so cheap, and everyone was asking themselves the right questions. Needless to say, that business that I worked for closed shop, and at that time then decided to go into real investing and went into public markets where we honed the skill. But the reality is, if you are not getting into a business at the right price, there is no help for you to get out and make a return on that opportunity. The second mistake that I've made, and I think this is one that is quite relevant when you're a leader, is that just because you are anchored on your historic understanding of a particular industry or sector or an investment proposition, you should never be closed off to new ideas or challenges. So a junior came to us punting a construction stock. I told him there's no way that thing is happening. And 12 months later, the stock was up 90%. We didn't have it, and I looked like a Muppet to him. And the reality is, great ideas come from exceptional people. So if you hire exceptional people, give them the opportunity to communicate and actually help with your investment process.
Maybe he meant Buffett. Ask Jaco Chris.
Eric, firstly, is your chair okay? Got the chair, okay. What was your biggest mistake in investments?
Usually I don't repeat myself on these type of things because I don't prepare for these type of things. But after 4 days of giving different answers, I think I'm going to stick to my answer from yesterday. I think, especially thinking about it from a hedge fund perspective, you're going to make mistakes often. So you and I often talk about sport. Roger Federer, I think he's won something like 51% of his points over his career, and an absolute legend. So Stan Druckenmiller has also often said, if you right 50% of the time, you're going to be fine over time. It's obviously matters a lot, how quickly you admit it when you're wrong. But dwelling on the past and, trades that you missed out on, or profits that you didn't take, or losses that you didn't cut fast enough, that's not going to change the fact that you made that mistake. I think the focus for me should rather be in business and the mistakes that you make there. And there I often think about, great people in my business that left for whatever reason. Did I try hard enough to keep them there? Or am I trying hard enough to get them back into my business? Where would they have been today if they were still there? That's probably something that I think is worth thinking about.
Thanks. And Carl, for you, your biggest mistake?
Yeah, so in investing, you get two types of errors. You get errors of omission and errors of commission. The errors of commission is when you own something that does poorly, and the errors of omission are what you didn't own that did well. And the way our psyche works is we, in answering a question like this, will immediately go to the errors of commission, something we own that failed or fell a lot. But when you look at the hard numbers, in line with my presentation earlier on the power of exponential growth, almost always your biggest mistakes were very big winners that you missed. And for me, that's clearly Capitec. So Coronation didn't own Capitec for its first 10 or 15 years as a very successful, very small challenger bank. And it went up many, many times in that period. We did change our minds probably 6 years ago, somewhere around there. And it's been a very big contributor ever since then. But we never make up. No other collection of mistakes I've made would come close to the money that would have been made had we bought into that company earlier.
And I mean, Horatius, moving to you, there's a certain connotation that goes with the name or the title of a chief investment officer. But maybe it'd be great for you to give some insight into what a day in the life of a chief investment officer looked like, particularly in a company the size of 91. So maybe you can give the audience some insight. What does a day look like in your life?
Yeah, no, thanks. I think, Carl said something interesting yesterday, and I think this is right. As CIOs, we get paid to worry professionally so that the team doesn't have to worry at an amateur level. So, and the reality is that, that at an organization like 91, given our size, from an equity perspective, we have three propositions, right? One that is we call the 4-factor, which is an earnings revision driven one. Another one, which is value, which you guys know is run by John Bickard. And then we have the quality proposition, which is run by Clyde Rousseau. Now, these are exceptional individuals that have honed their craft over many, many moons and have a very clear and pragmatic philosophy that they follow in how they then invest in equities. The job of the CIO at a place like 91 is to ensure that those people's skill and approach and consistency is honed so that the outcomes for clients remain what they should be. So our job is to hold them accountable to what we've put on the tin, to what we've sold to you guys as clients, to make sure that their philosophical purity doesn't get diluted, to ensure that their conviction stays the same. Now, all of that requires you to then, one, make sure that the governance process makes sense. The culture in the business is the correct one, where we, actively invite a culture of dissent so that ideas are challenged. To my earlier point, good ideas can surface from anywhere. That's a culture that needs to be continued and maintained inside the business. But there are also very important things that speak to the discipline, and the discipline requires very clear systems, very clear attribution and ability to measure the difference between where we got lucky and where skill really exists, and the hit rates and all of those kinds of things. So that's the job of a CIO, to worry on behalf of the organization. Sometimes I call it the idea of being a conductor conducting really exceptional musicians. You leave them to do what they do, but you need to make sure that it all sounds harmonious and produces the outcomes that you expect.
And Eric, I mean, part of the job of a chief investment officer is to consider the future, is to look forward, to try and put your business in the best possible position moving forward. And we've got, as what Rob was mentioning earlier, an interesting environment that we face with AI. And some of what Rob was talking about was the threat that potentially exists in a device space, but that same threat exists in an asset management space. What's your view on how AI is going to come into the investment and portfolio management space? Are we just going to have portfolios managed by AI in total? Is there room for people? What does that look like in the next 5 to 10 years?
Yeah, so I live by one of Ken Griffin from Citadel's philosophies that you should spend 80% of your time in your top 20% of your people or relationships or whatever, and let the bottom 80% either take care of themselves or someone else takes care of them. I think in AI, it's probably going to be very similar. I don't know if we can get it up on screen maybe, but some ideas that you also want to think about, you can maybe take photos of these. I'm not going to read through all of them because the clock says we've just dropped 17 minutes on what we're allowed to say. But these are some of the ideas that you really need to think about. Agents are really going to become expensive. They're going to become real jobs. Itemized billing in AI is going to change dramatically. You're also going to get opinions from doctors and whoever else. Typing is going to be something of the past. Many people now use microphones on AI rather than typing it. You know, previously people were old when they were printing stuff. Now people are going to be old when they're typing stuff. And the best paid person as a company will be whoever's best at explaining the business to the machines. So prompting, and then maybe some other ideas as well. You know, HR is going to look after people, but also after companies. You can go through the rest yourself, but I want to pause on that last one. Getting a human on the phone becomes a paid tier, and people gladly pay for it. So that's maybe something to take in consideration also.
And Carl, maybe from your perspective, because I mean, you mentioned it in your presentation, there's been, because of the race to passive, active offshore in particular struggled because it's been driven by a narrow range of stocks. How do you, as a chief investment officer, you've got a group of portfolio managers, how do you ensure that they are not making decisions based on something like career risk, but are actually making investment decisions based on your process and the way in which you've designed things?
Yeah, we've been speaking this week a lot about, and a lot of the speakers will refer to it, about the importance of culture. And I'm a firm believer that culture drives everything. I think in politics happens downstream of culture. I think that cultures determine the outcomes of all organizations, whether it's professional sports teams, whether it's companies, whether it's investment firms. And so if you're a leader of a firm, and you're going to rely on sort of identifying everything that goes wrong around there and fixing it yourself, you're going to be playing whack-a-mole your whole life. Because if everything you identify, you're going to turn around, there are going to be another 3 or 4 issues. So I think that the only thing that works is to create a culture that is collectively bought into by everyone, where you establish some kind of flywheel, where because everyone collectively buys into it, they manage it. We all manage it. We all keep each other honest. That is at the heart of any successful organization. And so the idea that you can be a superhuman CIO and identify early every mistake that's been made, I mean, that's a fantasy. I think good CIOs surround themselves by excellent people, and they make sure that there's alignment and buy-in to values and ways of doing things, and then you all work together to make it happen. And it sounds super simple, but it's the hardest thing in the world. And John Smith will talk about it a little bit later, about how that played out in the Springboks over the years. But I know nothing about them, but I can see it in my own firm. You know, it's actually sounds really hard, but people are all different, and they've got very different opinions and values and interests. And how do you get all these differently minded people to buy into the same thing and to do it in the same way? That's hard. But if you do, if the impact, the outcomes are very powerful.
Maybe from each of you, I can get a sense from what are the one, and this time I'll maybe add or 2 things that are keeping you awake at night. It could be investment related. It might be a consensus trade that everyone's piling into. It might be something that no one's looking at and that is worrying you, or it might be something that's not necessarily investment related. But again, it gives us some insight into the thinking of a chief investment officer. So Horatius, I'll start with you.
Yeah, so one of the biggest ones that I didn't mention earlier on when I was talking about the scope of the job of a CIO is getting exceptional talent in. With what's happened in the South African pool, where global assets, 45% of Reg 28 assets have now moved over offshore, and the competition for those assets has been so high, and South African managers haven't been a net beneficiary of that. There is a potential brain drain if we don't fix that particular situation. That's something that keeps me up at night. It was given my previous job, that was something that I think the industry needs to really think about quite aggressively. And then the second thing is, you know, on what Eric touched on with regards to AI, how do we then become better at being AI enabled because AI native for me is something that will be one of those things that will drive a convergence to consensus, and will provide managers with the right opportunity to showcase themselves. But you need the market to continue to believe in the idea of active management, and that is something that we fundamentally think is going to result in outsized returns for clients. So we all just need to really consider how we use AI as a tool, not a replacement for what we do in our daily lives.
Eric, what's keeping you up at night?
Firstly, Cape Town, you are overachievers because the questions here, it just keeps on coming. It's much more than Joburg, Pretoria, and Durban combined. So afterwards, can someone email this to me, because I'd love to answer as many of them as I can. It's great questions. On the market side, what's keeping me awake at night is people thinking that Donald Trump has to stop fighting with Iran before the elections, but they don't worry about what he's going to do after the elections. At a personal level, and I have to say this because it really upsets me, I'd say the future of my children in South Africa. If you look inside the way I do, the opportunities are just getting less and less every single day, and that's a real worry for me, because I deserve to live in this country, and so do they. They didn't do anything wrong. If they want to go and apply for a first-year position at Stellenbosch University, there's 100 openings, and 87 of those positions can't go to one of them. And 13 is merit, but it doesn't guarantee that 13 covers them. So that's an example. Craven Week, it's an absolute disaster to try and get a position in rugby, and that's going to be even worse in 4 or 5 years' time. So that keeps me up at night as well.
And Carl?
Yeah, as I said, I said when you asked me earlier in the week, I wish there was only one thing that I was really worried about. As the chief worry officer, is a very long list of things. If I try and maybe give you my biggest worry in global markets and my biggest in SA, the biggest globally would just be what we've been speaking about. I think that the active management ecosystem is under threat. I think that most good stock pickers in global markets have underperformed for a decade, and I think that the client base has lost its ability to stomach the volatility and the underperformance. And I think the entire ecosystem is actually under threat. As I said, I think it presents a spectacular opportunity for the sort of last people left standing, the stomach to endure it all, because I think there's incredible mispricing of stocks. And the fundamentals ought to assert themselves like gravity over time. But for sure, this has been prolonged and painful and been very damaging to the active management ecosystem. And then in South Africa, it would echo what Eric said in that I think that there's actually a lot that's encouraging over the last few years in South Africa, and I think we've seen the value in people cooperating for the benefit of the country. But we still operate in a country with, where the vast majority of people are impoverished and haven't received a good enough education to compete. Where there's we have populism around the world. I think that there's a great risk at any moment that populism asserts itself here with dire consequences. And I think the xenophobic stuff we've seen over the last few weeks is a very small window into that. And I think that South Africa is a country with great potential. And we've seen that if we just hold it together, there can be really good outcomes for people. But I think there's always the risk that we lose our heads and we don't live up to that potential. And that's got to always be a great worry, whether you're an allocator of capital or just a citizen living in the country.
Right, and I think on that note, we'll probably leave it there because I want to give John Smith the appropriate amount of time. We'll take these questions on board and we'll try and give you answers. So thank you for your questions. We'll move that to there. But gentlemen, thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Keynote: John Smith, South African former professional rugby union player.
Goedemiddag, dames en heren. It's about all the Afrikaans you're going to get out of me today, because I learned this lesson a while back, And that's when I realized that as much as I thought I spoke Afrikaans pretty well, growing up in Afrikaans little towns, I made a mistake a couple of years back in 2005, and we were playing against England. And I thought, I remember my first test against England in 2000, and Andre Venter was in our team. And he called us together on the Friday night to talk about the importance of this game and what happened in the concentration camps in the Boereoorlog. So I thought, no, England, this is it. I'm going to get these Boere going. And for the first time, I thought about what I was going to say, and I sort of normally just worked off the cuff, but went through the week and thought, how I was going to roll my R's and get into these guys in Afrikaans, and it's a tricky thing. So anyway, we get into the change room at Twickenham, and I start in Afrikaans, and look around, and the acts are listening in, and I've got to be quite careful in the change room when I sort of get the guys G'd up, because I got to time it when Bakkies goes to the toilet, or then I got to get into the guys, or wait for him to go strap, and then I get into the guys' bed. If I get it wrong, then Bakkies gives me a lot of problems in the first 5 minutes of the test match. He sort of comes out there frothing a bit too much. Anyway, it's going, in my mind, it's going unbelievably well. I'm getting through everything, and I feel like I'm Afrikaans. And I get through this thing, and eventually I pull the legs together, 2, 3, bokke. And now we line up in the tunnel at Twickenham, which is what you have to do. You have to wait for England, and they always make you wait, which irritates us even more. And while we're waiting, Juan Smith comes all the way down to the front and taps me on the shoulder and says to me, Cappy, moet nooit weer my taal so verkrag nie. That was my last Afrikaans speech. First of all, it's been great. It's been a great week. It's the best crowd we've seen yet, so a big round of applause. I know we're a little bit late, but it's also it is Cape Town. I mean, it's taking the Curry Cup a long time to get back here as well. So, my name is John Smith, and I'm hopefully going to give you a bit of a brief story of my journey and the things that I've been through and some of the lessons out of that. And it started, I spoke to you about all these little towns. I lived in these little towns because my dad was an engineer on the mine, so we tracked from one town to the other. I went to 6 different primary schools, Penge, Pomfret, Naboomspruit, Polokwane, Mooinooi, outstanding cosmopolitan area. And when I eventually got to the stage of high school, my dad decided, no, I needed to go somewhere central, and he sent me to the greatest school in the country, Pretoria Boys High. And we've been ranked #1 pipe band for the last 50 years. And it was a bit of a trick to it, because I think from the time that he put me into the boarding school, he never moved again. So if you do want to exit your children early, just think about the courses. And throughout that time, going to all these little towns, there's always one thing that was constant. There was always a clubhouse, a golf course, tennis courts, squash courts, bowls. And I fell in love with tennis. That was my first love. I had 2 loves. There was two dreams I had. The one was to win Wimbledon, and the other was to marry Cindy Crawford. And so I stand here before you as a failure with 0 out of 2. And my reasoning for that, actually, I think the blame that I put is when my dad put me into boarding school, we got a central dining room, and for the first time in my life, I was introduced to the buffet. And my tennis career went downwards, and my ability to attract Cindy Crawford went downwards. But what it did do was put me into the game of rugby. And I always say, like, tennis, I love tennis, and it's such a frustrating game. And tennis and golf have got to be the 2 hardest sports, because you live in your own mind all the time. You've got no one to rely on. It's just you all the time. And when I started playing rugby, it was a little bit easier for me. I did weigh 85 kilos as a 13-year-old, so I had a slight advantage. The biggest issue was trying to find a size 13 UK boot for an under 14 player. And so the things that I loved about it was the camaraderie, the ability to have someone that's got your back and have someone else's back. And I loved the game. Under 14As, under 15As, got into the first team, and And I realized that Wimbledon might not be the answer, and rugby was, for me now, my favorite sport. I got into the Craven Week, which was difficult in Pretoria as a very pale ginger Soti. It was still Northern Transvaal back in those days. So I think out of 100 years history, I was the third guy to ever make Craven Week from Pretoria Boys High. And at the Craven Week in Stellenbosch down the road here, we're playing in the Craven Week, and this little wormy Bert Pedley comes to my folks and says, this is 1996. It was the first year the game had gone professional. And so we were the first batch of 18-year-olds that were allowed to be scouted. And so he came over to my folks and he said, we'd like to offer your son a contract at the greatest franchise in the world, the Sharks. And so when my parents gave me the news, and it was really exciting, I actually was one of only 2 guys at school that did support the Sharks, which was a good time in the 90s. The guys were pretty successful. And but I'd been enrolled to Tux to study physiotherapy, and my family and friends were all in the vicinity of Pretoria. And so I said, well, rugby isn't really a job. Am I going to move my entire life and go to a different varsity? I couldn't do physio at Maritzburg Varsity. And I said, why don't we just see if there's an option for me to stay and become part of the program at the Bulls? So my dad went to a fellow ginger, Umveni, the manager of the Bulls, and he said to Umveni, he said, look, my son's been offered this contract with the Sharks. We don't necessarily want the contract. I mean, it was a massive amount of money, 23,000 Rand for 10 months. So small that I fell below the tax bracket, so it was 2,300 Rand a month. And again, I'll tell you that I'm not here to tell you about finances, because in my first paycheck, I'd inherited my grand's 323 Mazda, but it didn't have a sound system. So when I got my first paycheck, I had to buy a sound system for 2,250 Rand. I got very hungry at the end of that month, and so you won't be getting any financial advice from me. And the answer came back in his broken English. He says, I think he will be better in Durban. And at the time, it was so hurtful because I was, I had my shoulders back. I was on top of the world. I'd just been at Craven Week and selected for the SA school side. And it was so disappointing because it was like, no, thank you. We don't want that guy here. But he was 100% right. If I look back now, in that first year, as I got to Durban, I was stretching with the main team as an 18-year-old, and alongside me was Andre Joubert, Gary Teichmann, Ollie Leroux, Robbie Kempson, Adrian Garvey, Mark Andrews, Wayne Favey, all of these legends that had been on my prep cubicle door, heroes of mine from a generation of players that were so good. And then 7 months later, there was a crisis of front row injuries in Durban, and perhaps one was a red card from Robbie Kempson for headbutting another oak. And they absolutely had no one else. There was no one left. And I'm training with the under-21 side, and Ian Mack takes a walk over to our field, and I'm thinking, who's in trouble? And the next thing, I get summonsed out to Ian Mack, and we were terrified of Ian Mack. And he says to me, Lighty, are you scared of Gary Pagel? And Gary Pagel was the loosehead playing for Western Province in the Currie Cup game in Durban that weekend. And inside, the answer was, I'm not scared, I'm terrified. Gary Pagel was very good at bending oaks in half, and I wasn't sure that was what I wanted on Saturday afternoon. But there was also a part of me that thought this is an opportunity. So I said, absolutely not. And he whisked me over to the senior side. I started training that week with the team, and I got onto the bench, and I was praying that both the props would stay uninjured for 80 minutes. Which they did, but still, with 8 minutes to go, Ian Mack calls me up to be substituted into the game. Now I'm walking with trepidation, trying to look very brave, and I think John Allen, who was our hooker, could sense that there was a slight bit of nervousness. So he came over, headbutted me twice, and then I was fine because I was now more afraid of my own teammate than I was of Gary Pagel. And that was really what escalated my career. I went from SA under-19 tour to under 20. I got drafted into the under-21 side purely because I was 19 playing in the Currie Cup, and things just happened for me. The fast tracking of my career and the opportunities I got were insane. And by the time 7 months came, and we had this thing called the F&B Classic Clashes. And it was the first time that Pretoria Boys High was going to play their derby game against Affis on TV, but it was at 12 o'clock. And I had an Accounts 101 at 11, which was a 3-hour paper, which was also a challenge for me. But in the 7 months, I'd probably been on tour for about 4 months. I hadn't been to a lot of lectures, specifically accounting. And I got into this exam and looked at the paper, and I was even more confused because it was multiple choice. So I thought, okay, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. So I went ABCD, 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 ABCD. 20 minutes later, confidently put my paper down, put my pen away, walked up to the front, handed my paper in. Everyone around me thinks I'm Elon Musk. This guy's a genius. Back him. And I actually was quite surprised at my mark, because I think if I'd read the questions, I would have probably got less. I got 23.2%, which again is why I'm not here to tell you about financial planning. I then went to my dad and I said, look, I'm wasting someone's money here. Either I've got to study and focus on that, or I must give rugby a full go. And he said to me, well, what do you think is the options? I said, well, it looks like this rugby thing could actually end up being a career, and I really like rugby. And so you obviously know the answer. I said, I think I'm going to give it a go. So he said to me, well, how long do you think you need? So I said, well, I reckon if you haven't made it by under 21, I'll go back to varsity and get a degree. So he said, well, if you go back, then you've got to pay for yourself, which is also highly motivating. So I get to the Sharks. I have an amazing first year, and I get tracked through, and I start playing Super Rugby in 98 and 99. And 2000, 3 years in, we've had possibly the worst season the Sharks have ever had. We lost Ian Mack and Gary and Andre and all these top dogs all left, and there was such a big hole in the team from a leadership and a cultural point of view that we came last in Super Rugby. We won one game, and I felt quite angry at all the senior players in terms of how they had treated us as the youngsters and the culture that they'd just forgotten about that was left behind, and it made me realize the importance of succession and coaching people from the bottom all the way to the top, so that when they take over, the culture remains. And 2000 comes, and 6 weeks before the end of the season, Jake White, who was assisting us at the Sharks and also assisting Nick Mallett at the national side, comes to me and says, Smitty, can you throw the ball? So I was like, yeah, easy. I've been throwing back to Peter Dixon. I had a 21 hooker for the last 2 or 3 years, and yeah, I think I've got a pretty decent throw. So we threw a couple of balls, and I threw it well enough for him to say, okay, well, I think you need to move to hooker. So I was like, okay, there's not many hookers around. I thought this could be a way to get fast-tracked into the national side over a period of time with a couple of years of experience, under my belt in a couple of years' time. And first 2 games, they were wobbly, to say the least. But finished up 6 weeks later, and we had a week or 2 off, so I went to Pretoria to go see my girlfriend, my now wife, and we stayed in this little B&B right next to Loftus. You'll never, ever guess what it was called. Oorkant Loftus. Simplicity, eh? And so I said to my wife, whatever we do, we've got to be back at the B&B by 5 o'clock. That was when they announced the national team, and I wanted to see which of my teammates had made it. And I'm sitting there in this B&B, and the name starts scrolling down, and the next thing, I see my name. That's how I found out that I'd been selected for the Springbok squad. And I was super excited, but I was also hell of a nervous. I'd been playing hooker for 6 weeks, and I was announced as a hooker in the national squad. But the next day, onto an airplane, fly to Plettenberg Bay, into the 5-star B Canal when SA Rugby still had money, and there's a bit more now with the ticket prices. And we get there, and the first day is like Christmas. We get our kits and our bags and our GPSs and our watches, and it's the most amazing day. It really is. And myself and my roommate, also a debutant, David Berry, also from the Cape, an amazing guy. we're decongesting that night, and we said, no, we're going to get up early tomorrow. It's the first day of training. We've got to impress everyone. We've got to be up and right at it. We wake up early. We get to the team room where we eat, probably about half the size of this, with the tables all interspersed, and the buffet again, my arch enemy. But there's 4 guys already there, the 4 most senior guys, all 50 caps or more. And we dish up and we tentatively sit down at this table, and they go from chatting quite comfortably to quiet. And it gets quite awkward. 30 seconds felt like 3 days. And eventually the one says to me, "Are you lost?" And I realized we were in the wrong place. And we both picked up our plates and we moved to the furthest table away, and they carried on talking. And it was such a disappointing moment, because I'd been, part of a crew that was so good and had treated me so well as a youngster and taken me under their wing. I really felt like I didn't belong there because of that one thing. So we're back in the room that night, and we're talking about the situation, and we decided 2 things. So the first one was, if we played 50 tests, we would get a tattoo of the Springbok emblem on our arse. Thankfully, Paigey didn't get to 50, so I'm not going to reveal my tattoo here today because I don't have one. And the second thing was, if we are part of this environment for a long time and we get to play a couple of seasons, we must try and change the culture to be more inclusive. And it's a much easier thing to say than to do, and we didn't quite contemplate that we would be part of that for quite some time. And as I started on this exciting journey of playing for South Africa in 2000, there was such upheaval. I mean, I think that season, Nick Mallet got fired. The next season, Harry Falloon came in. He resigned after less than a year. Then Rudolph took over, and we were into this 3-year period of playing for South Africa, but losing a lot. And it wasn't what I had envisaged when I dreamt about playing for South Africa. It was an environment where I knew every single player there preferred time at his franchise, preferred to be back at the Stormers, preferred to be back at the Sharks and the Bulls and the Cheetahs, and that they were there because it was a privilege to play for South Africa, not because that was their main focus, because of what the culture had become over that 3-year period. We ended the World Cup in 2003 getting smashed by the All Blacks in the quarterfinal. The only highlight was making carte blanche naked in a pit at Kampstaldraad. Thankfully, I was already engaged by that stage. And 2004 unfolds, and Jake White gets announced, and he calls me and says, "I need to have a meeting with you at the Mug and Bean in Sandton." So I go to this meeting, and he says, "Smitty, I want you to be captain of this team." And a couple of years back, it would have been the most amazingly exciting news. But at the time, I was quite disheartened in terms of what my experience was with the team. And so I said to him, "Look, it's a massive responsibility." And I think a lot of leaders often see leadership roles as reward, but it actually is more responsibility than anything else. There's a huge weight that comes with leadership. And I said to him, "Look, I'm privileged and honored to be asked to be captain, but you've got to promise me that you can bring us a strategy that we can start to play the rugby that makes us win every single weekend." And like any sub-educated Jeppy High boys, he said, "Absolutely." But he was right. We trained extremely hard. And not that we hadn't trained hard before, but we trained hard and we trained smart to a specific plan. And I said to him in that meeting, "You give us a plan and I will build a culture that can supplement that." And we started in 2004 as underdogs against Ireland in Bloemfontein. And when we got together for the first time in a room not too dissimilar like this, Jake stood up where I'm standing facing us. And we were hoping he was going to tell us how we were going to beat Ireland, because we were a bit nervous about this. And the first thing he said was, "In 4 years' time, the William Webb Ellis Cup will be here in this change room." And that shocked all of us. None of us had even contemplated what the possibilities were, if we'd got things right. And there were many of us that also thought that he'd spent the afternoon drinking brandy and Coke as well. That's just how shocking the news was to us. But what he did was he realigned what we believed our potential could be. And potential is such a dangerous word. It's the worst thing to ever be recalled one day when you're gone, and it's to say, "That John Smith, geez, he had potential. If only he had done X, Y, and Z." And so potential is only unlocked in an environment where you are able to bring your qualities that supplement others, that make you actually perform better than what you would have as an individual. And so as this thing progressed and we beat Ireland, I could still see these pockets. You know, we'd have all the Bulls Oaks would sit on the one table for breakfast and lunch and supper, and they would talk about hunting and khaki clothes. We had all the Sharks Oaks talking about how big the waves were at Bronze Beach, what color Havaianas to wear the next day. We had all this Cheetahs Oaks talking about what the latest John Deere tractor could do. We had all the Stormers Oaks on the one table talking about the latest hair products. And then the one Lions guy. So how are we going to change this? How are we going to make these guys feel like when they were there, they were a green and gold team? They weren't a blue team or a black team or a orange team from where they came from. And so I called in 6 or 7 of the most senior guys, and I was one of many guys that could have taken that armband for that period. We had Victor and Faria at the Bulls. We had Jean and Skalk at the Stormers. We had Juan Smith at the Cheetahs. We had Urs and Percy, who had been called in as elder statesmen and been recalled back into the squad. So we had quite a big group of leaders. And I called these Oaks all in, and I said, we've got to change, and we've got to start small, and we've got to do it from the top. So the favorite time of every tight forward is obviously mealtime. And it's 3 times a day where we get to decongest and not talk about training and strategy and who's up next. And so I said, okay, there's a rule. Each and every one of us has to sit at a different table every single meal. Let's start mixing and mingling ourselves into this team, because without a knowing of who you're with and what makes them tick, you don't really have an idea of whether you can trust them or not. And this thing worked like an absolute charm. You know, it was amazing to see, because when you create that from the top down, and it's the right culture, and the people see that those leaders have the best intentions of the team and value everyone, it works incredibly well selling that culture. When people aren't happy with what's happening at the top, then it's a coup. And that's quite abrasive and aggressive, and you get thrown out, and the guys that are feeling that they're being led in the wrong way kick everyone out, and it's massively disruptive. And so we wanted to make the change from the top down, and that had a huge impact. And what it does is it unlocked what I think is probably the most valuable tool that we have in this country, and every country has it, but we have it in buckets: diversity. We had so many different shapes and sizes, colors, languages, different school backgrounds. We had some guys that were fortunate to go to grade school, some guys that didn't have the opportunity to finish school. And you know, I always think back, without an understanding of someone's upbringing, how do you really connect with them on a level where we are going to compete against the best in the world to try and win a World Cup? So this made a huge, huge impact. You know, it forced guys to learn more about what made people tick in the team. And the lesson to me came when I was at the Sharks, and we were on tour, and there was a player that had, in his first season, become a Springbok, and he went on the interview tour, and the next year, like most teams, had analyzed him, and it was getting a little bit more difficult, and he'd started to drop down to the bench for the Sharks, and 3 or 4 weeks in, sitting on the bench, he was super frustrated. And he came up to my room in the hotel, and he knocked on the door, and he says, "Cap, have you got 5 minutes?" And I said, "Sure." And he came in, and he started asking me, you know, "Am I part of the selection committee?" So I said, "No, if I was, I'd be playing fly half." And then he started rambling off. He says, "You know, I bench more than this guy. I make more tackles per minute. I've got a better bleep test. You know, I'm faster than him on the fart leg." And he had this long list of things, which was thankful because it gave me time to think about my answer. And when he was finished, I did what my mother, who taught for 40 years, said you must never do, is answer a question with a question, unless it's after midnight and your wife's asking. And I answered him with some questions. I said, "Okay, John Plumtree is our coach. What's his wife's name?" And he didn't know. I said, "Okay, there's guys here that are studying part-time. Who are they and what are they studying?" And he didn't know. Some of the guys brought their dogs to training, and they were sort of part of the family, 2 or 3 of them every now and again. And I said, "Can you name one dog?" And he didn't have a clue. And I asked all these what seemed to be trivial questions purely to try and illustrate a point. And he wasn't an arrogant guy. He was quite introverted, and he was very focused on bettering himself and focusing on how he could get bigger, stronger, faster, and better. And I said to him, do yourself a favor, invest in the people around you. Stay after training for the lunch. Kick balls back for Pat Lambie. Throw balls back for Bismarck. Get in the tackling pit with Warren Brits. Invest a little bit of your time and get to know them, but more importantly, let them get to know you. And he did that, and it worked an absolute charm. So I don't want to take all the credit because he became an unbelievable player, but I will take most of it. And the reason I tell that story is because diversity is the one thing that I think is the tool that we can either get 100% right or completely wrong. When we embrace it and we understand it, it makes us all better because we've got so many different flavors and so many different inputs. And if we can harness all of them and put them together, we are able to perform in a team at a higher level than we could have just as 15 individuals. And this really worked because when we started, we were opposition in these big derbies in the Currie Cup, and we went hammer and tong. I've only ever been hit in a rugby game by my own teammates playing for the Sharks, never for South Africa, purely because I had Bakkie Sporter, and no one would even try and mess with anyone that had Bakkie Sporter behind them. And as we grew from these opponents that were in a team together, girlfriends became wives, wives became mothers, kids started joining us, and we became this unbelievable family unit. 2004, we win the Tri-Nations by a losing bonus point in New Zealand. We win the Tri-Nations for the first time, I think, in 7 or 8 years. 2005, we're playing extremely well. I think we came second. We didn't go back-to-back with a losing bonus point in New Zealand. And we are on top of the world. 2004, Team of the Year. 2005, ranked number 2. This is after we entered this era as 6th in the world. 2006 comes, and we lose 2 guys. Skalkberger, who was just unbelievably influential from a work rate point of view, and Friede Preer. Still, I believe, the best player that I've ever played with, and certainly the most intelligent I've ever seen playing. As a general, he was just unbelievable for our team. And we start losing. We lose 1, we lose 2, we lose 3, we lose 4. We've lost 6 on the bounce. The Aches have all gone to online shopping because they don't want to get abused on the Sunday when they're doing their groceries. And I have run out of things to say to Tola Nchinga after the game in terms of why we're losing. There was no lack of effort. We hadn't been able to adapt to losing these 2 guys. And so we're faced with the All Blacks at the Royal Bafokeng Stadium in the Northwest. And on the Friday, we get called in, myself and Jake, to the suite of the president of SA Rugby, the suite, probably bigger than the entire lodge that we stayed in as a team. And he says, gents, it's not going to be a very long meeting. He says, if you can just sit down here, I want you to understand that if you lose on Saturday, the both of you will be fired on Monday. Also highly motivating. We walk out there, and Jake looks to me and he says, what do we do with this? I said, there's absolutely nothing we can do with this. We can't put this added pressure onto the team. This is go time. Tomorrow's the day. And I've never been more nervous for a game. And the guys were up for it. They knew this was the last dance, that they had to win one game. They didn't understand what was at stake for the 2 of us, but they rocked up. It was an unbelievably physical test. We were 2 points down with a minute to go. And by an act of God, Rodney Sialu, the flanker for the All Blacks, comes in from the side. If it was Richie, it never would have been seen. And we get a penalty that's kickable. And I'm very aware of what's at stake here, and I do what most leaders do when they're under pressure. I pretend to be calm and collected, quietly pick up the ball, and I smile and I toss the ball to Andre Patura, so I won Lions guy, and I said, rather you than me, and he says, I agree. He kicks the ball over. We win the test. We survive. It was a year out from World Cup. Had he missed that kick, the team would have changed. The coach would have changed. All that work that we had done, all the culture that we built together, we would have been gone. But the beauty of that 2006 season was it actually made us understand what we'd built together from a culture point of view. And in that time, every journalist would go to each individual and, can I have an interview? And he'd say, look, has the coach lost the team room? Is your captain too ginger and too English? Which is a valid question. Are there too many Bulls players in the squad? Also a great question. And throughout this time, not one guy turned on another guy. No one externalized. Every single guy free would say, I can get my pass quicker, I can get there to rucks faster, I would be able to throw better. Skull could make more tackles. Everyone internalized all the responsibility inside themselves because they respected the group. They trusted the group. And they'd worked on that. And it had got us to a stage where we weren't going to turn on each other, no matter what. And so that 2006 season, I think, made us understand that we developed something that's as important as a good strategy and a good culture, but a bit of grit. Because you only really get tested when you're under the pump. And as 2007 unfolded, and I think that's the glory of why I guess I get to speak in front of people these days, certainly not because of my financial acumen, but we won that World Cup. It was a 4-year journey. Probably a life-changing event for any one of us in that squad. And the motivation was, what's next? And the Lions were around the corner in 2009, and that was a big focus for a lot of the guys. And we got pulled in by the new coach, Peter de Villiers, and he probably got the biggest hospital pass. It must be the hardest gig to get a team that's the world champions, ranked number 1 in the world, and then go and take over. And he was incredible with the way that he treated us. He was the perfect type of personality and character to make us able to continue to succeed. And he brought in the little subtle things that he wanted over a period of time, and he sort of coached us into that. But he was incredible with how he allowed us to operate and how he controlled us. You know, people always have got mixed opinions about Peter, but there was 2 things he was really good at. He was unbelievable human. The guys loved him, and he was an unbelievable disciplinarian. If you put a foot wrong, that little smaller could cuck you out like you've never, ever known. Worse than your mother when she calls you by your full name, then you know there's a lot coming, you know. And so 2009, we beat the British and Irish Lions. It was an important thing because we'd lost 12 years before, and we knew that there weren't going to be anyone that was going to be able to do it again. Little did we know about Mornay. And we go on to the Tri-Nations. We beat the All Blacks 3 times in a row. We win the Tri-Nations, and we're on top of the world. We are going to go back-to-back in 2011 with this squad. And a couple of things happened. In the background, New Zealand go, and we've just lost 3 times. So life in New Zealand is hard. They go back to the drawing board, and they start to realize that we've got an amazing kicking game with a retention rate of over 50%. We're an amazing team on attack from lineouts. So they start changing the way they play and stop giving us opportunities off the lineout. They stop kicking the ball out, and we then start running into some problems in 2010 because we haven't done anything different. We've just continued to work as hard on the same plan. And 2011, we get knocked out in the quarterfinal. And I look back at all the reasons because it was a team that could have gone back-to-back. And I think the biggest one that stands out is we just didn't innovate. We didn't adapt enough. We didn't have enough new artillery that we could use under pressure and change in the game on the move because we just did the same thing. We failed to look ahead. And the All Blacks, that was what they did. And I look back at this amazing era that we've had with Rassie and Sia and this group over the last 6 years. And I mean, if you think about it, we've just had the most amazing group. And it started at 18 months. Rassie had 18 months before the 2019 World Cup. He implemented an unbelievably simple game. I think we all cringed every time Faf box kicked, put our hands on our head, and then they won the trophy and we're like, that's amazing. We forget quickly. And then the next year, Rassie starts to change the way they play. He starts to look at more at attack. And then the next year, he starts to introduce more players. In the last 2 years, we've been using 50 to 60 players in our alignments camps and in the season. 50 to 60, that's like 4 teams. And that's discounting our 5th team in Scotland. And as they're evolving on the rugby pitch and introducing new ideas, international coaches, they're changing the way that they attack and they play, and they're bringing in something different every single season. They're adding artillery all the time. And what that does is it keeps everyone guessing. And throughout that time of innovation and adapting, they never ever let sight of the basics of those pillars, those foundations. Still the best defense, still the best scrum, still the best lineout. Those things are non-negotiable. But their ability to figure out new ways manipulate the rules, and stay ahead, puts them in a position where every one of us want to be. Because at the top's hard, because everyone's coming. But where you want to be is your opposing captain, coach, CEO, is you're living rent-free in their minds. Why? Because they're thinking, what are they going to do next? And why is that good for you? Because if they're thinking about what you're going to do next, they're not thinking ahead about what to do differently to beat you and take that number one spot. And for me, that I think was the biggest lesson that I found is the one thing that lacked from us in 2009 to 2011, and the one thing that continues to allow us to be in a position where we've got a team that could possibly do the unthinkable and win 3 World Cups in a row. It's such a blessed place to be, because the hardest thing in a rugby environment or any environment is to make everyone feel like they have value. And where Rusty's been good is that he went and turned the bench, which every Oak in my era hated. That felt like a failure. When you made the bench, it felt like a failure. Now, it's the bomb squad. It's the coolest thing in the world. We want number 16, number 20. We want those jerseys because these are the Oaks that are winning these test matches. And that was just a small thing that he did, a mind shift around something small that now became a team of 23. And every single guy, the hardest Oak to keep happy is the guy that doesn't feel he's getting an opportunity, the guys that's holding the bags. And if they really feel that there's an opportunity and they're going to get a chance, everyone's hungry. If you keep introducing talent, what does it do? It makes Eben, Jesse, Sia stay young. They don't ever live in a comfortable space. And so for me, that was the lesson around strategy, culture. They go hand in hand. You build a bit of grit if you have enough time together, and innovation is something that you've got to really always integrate into any environment. And innovation is a difficult one because sometimes you'll do things like setting up a mall in the middle of the field that you think, okay, it was fun, but I don't think that's going to be our go-to. You have to learn through making mistakes. And I'll finish off before we get into the questions. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. Attempt things. I was sitting in a change room after we'd lost a test that we shouldn't have lost under Peter de Villiers' watch. And he was amazing at reading body language. And I was sulking like a little baby. And he came over to me. He says, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" I said, "Flip, we've just lost a test that we should never have lost." And he put his hand over my shoulder and he said, "It's only losing if you're not learning." And I think that is a lesson for all of us. Thank you very much.
Keynote Q&A, facilitated by Zeenat Patel.
Thank you, John. What a story. Wow. Adaptability, resilience, strategy, innovation. I think many of the advisors here in the room can relate to that. Let's get straight into questions so we have enough time. Let's take one from the Slido first. How did you adjust to the change of leadership after you built such a close relationship with Jake White and he was fired after being successful? How do you get your mindset right to work with someone new? That's a good one.
Yeah, I think again, leadership is a responsibility, and I think with that, when you're in a leadership situation, very often if you have success, your ego starts to accelerate, and you can sometimes get ahead of yourself. And I think maybe that's the best advice I've been given. My gran was a wise old lady, and she left me with 2 things. The one was about anxiety and stress. She says, stress is like sitting in a rocking chair, keeps you busy and it gets you nowhere. And the other was when I started as a youngster, becoming a prefect and getting a captaining aside. I asked her about leadership, and she said leadership is actually pretty easy. She says the Lord gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth. We must use them in proportion. Listen twice as much as you speak. And through that, the amazing thing when Jake didn't get recontracted after winning the World Cup and Peter came in, Peter was the first coach of color in South Africa, and for me that was exciting. It was a real opportunity to continue to succeed and show how the game was transforming, not only as a game but the country itself. And the first thing he did, and I'd actually retired. I'd signed to play in France, and when in those days, and when you played overseas, you weren't allowed to play for South Africa. So he flew to France and came to see me and asked me if I'd break contract in France and come back to South Africa. the answer was always yes, because this guy, he had faith and he wanted me to help him on this journey, and everyone felt that way. Peter was the easiest guy that we could possibly have got. And I always say Jake was the perfect guy that when we got him in 2004, because we had nothing. And Peter was the perfect guy in 2008. And if you'd swapped them around, I think both wouldn't have succeeded. And that's just the amazing thing around opportunities and being at the right time at the right place. Peter was really easy. But the true answer to that is, if you really think that you can't adjust to someone else, a different boss, the first thing to do is look in the mirror. But the first thing we do is ask questions of why that person's treating us like this. Don't they know who we are? And that's a tricky thing in leadership. Is the first thing, as soon as you start feeling some hostility with someone that's now been put in charge of you, you need to look internally before you look externally.
I like that. Self-reflection is key. If every Rugby World Cup winning Springbok team played against each other at their peak, which squad do you think would come out on top?
We're a bit old now. It's a great question, and I don't think that there's a real answer, because it's not really comparing apples with apples. You know, if I look at our team, we had an amazing group of guys, and we were super connected, and we were super physical and aggressive. I'm not sure we would have been able to finish with more than 10 people after 80 minutes in the new rules, to be fair. I'm not sure Buckies would have got so many caps either. So we played in a different era, and we played some amazing teams. We had probably the All Blacks at their best. In the 2000s to 2015, that All Black team was just unbelievable. And Australia were always painfully competitive. England were difficult to beat. And so maybe the answer is, if I look at the modern game and I look at Richie's team of 2011 and I compare them to the All Black team that's playing now, I would guess that Richie's team would probably beat them by 30 points. And I'm being conservative, but yeah, it's very difficult to compare generations. But I will lose to every single one of those World Cup teams in a heartbeat. We had our day. It's over. And now these guys got to go again. So I'll quite happily take whatever ranking we get. We were very happy and very content with what we were able to achieve.
Amazing. Any questions live? No?
I love this one. Was Bryce Lawrence your best man at your wedding? So, sorry, I'm jumping the gun here. Okay. I got to tell a story. So it must have been probably 4 years later. I was invited. Myself and Joel were invited to a All Black dinner. They have a dinner once a year for all ex-All Blacks, and they're all invited, and they get to bring their partners. And it's a special. It's an amazing event, and we were guests. And so there were obviously tons of All Blacks, lots of referees, and Bryce Lawrence was obviously in the crowd, and I was like, oh. Anyway, we are now decongesting. We're standing around having a glass of wine, and there's a circle of about 4 or 5 of us, and I see out of the corner of my eye, Bryce Lawrence is like edging his way, thinking about how he can get into this conversation and sort of break the ice, and he eventually weasels his way into this little circle, and he stays quiet for a while, and they're actually talking, and eventually he pipes up, he asks me a question, and I'm not proud of it, because I did a similar thing to what those 4 guys did to me when I was 22 years old in 2000, and I paused and said, Bryce, it's too soon. And I left the circle. Jeez, yeah, that wasn't my proudest moment, but it did feel a little bit good.
What is your favorite Buckies Botha memory on the field?
Sure, Buckies. I think I've told 1,000 stories about Buckies, and there's probably 1 million out there. Buckies, the favorite story probably, I've told the Matt Stevens story 1,000 times, but I think my favorite is probably when he headbutted Jimmy Kahn. I was in the scrum, I didn't see it, but the whistle went, that long whistle, like when your mom calls you by a full name, the long whistle. there's trouble. And then obviously long whistle, green number 4. And I'm like, oh, go over to the referee. I start talking to him about Bucky's children and his charities, and the guy's a religious guy. He does a lot of work for the community. And anyway, it turns out it's just a penalty. Dan Carter's sort of lining up the kick, and we're walking back. And at the stadium, there was a screen the size of that whole wall, and they're playing the headbutt in slow motion, which I hadn't seen it. But before that, I'd said to Bucky's, "What did you do?" He says, "No, nothing, Captain." And as he says that, I'm seeing this headbutt, and he looks, he sees me, puts his head, he puts his hand, he says, "It's just a bad angle."
There we go, please.
Guy and a half, how to beat the Springboks. So they reckon that Springboks say they like playing a fast game, but they can't really, and Scotland tries to prove that. So if that's a way for New Zealand to beat us next year, what's the one thing that the Springboks can do to change it with all the tactics that we're bad in Scotland? Thanks.
Yeah, I think that's why it's called the greatest rugby rivalry. They've been our biggest foes and opponents for such a long time, and it's the ultimate test to play, and the All Blacks bring out the best in us, and I think it's vice versa. We have, and again, it's such good gamesmanship, because it's good to send these messages out, because like every one of us knows, Rassie is listening and watching and reading everything, so I think what it will do is the potential of what they want it to do is to make Rassie think differently and do things differently. But I've been trying to guess what Rassie's going to do next for a good part of 6 years, and I've been wrong every time. So I don't think that will have an impact on Rassie. I think what Rassie will do is that they hanging on to that little short 20 minutes where Scotland were just incredible. But we forget quickly that we've played 3 tests. We've made pretty much 10 changes to every single team. We've introduced debutants, youngsters. We've got 2 under 20 players playing in the last test match, and there's a lot more to it than just the pace of play. It's the one thing about why the All Blacks probably lose to us more than most is we are good at disallowing them from playing the way they like to play, and our defense is quite aggressive. You look at the work that Jesse does. 13 is the hardest position to defend in an angled attack like that. So, and he's incredibly good at it as well. So, it's great gamesmanship. I do think that South Africa have got have got answers to most of the questions that are coming. I genuinely believe that we're at home, and it's 30 years since the last series defeat against the All Blacks, and this team loves big challenges like that. They love it when it's tough and dark and difficult. And so let's hope that they don't win all 4 tests by 1 point, but we'll take it.
I feel like we need to invite you again, because that's all we have time for. Oh, okay, go for it.
One more question.
Of course.
One thing since 2011, you guys were relentless on that Aussie line. Okay, and John de Villiers, these guys kept trying to go. Wasn't there at some point where you thought, drop Mornay Steyn to the pocket, feeding the ball, go for the drop goal?
Yeah, I love looking back. There was a lot of things we could have done differently in that game. We actually, the first mistake we made is we didn't believe in our squad. We started Heinrich Brousseau that weekend, and he was injured. He had a rib, and he got through the week quite tentatively. But a rib is not something you can sort of get through, and we selected him because we just weren't confident enough in the guy that was on the bench, who was Francois Lowe. He was an amazing player, and Francois didn't get to train the week. He wasn't in the starting lineup, and he had to come on after 5 or 6 minutes, and so he ended up being a great World Cup champion and playing over 50 tests. But our mistake was not trusting the system at that time and giving him an opportunity to start the week and start the game. We missed a drop. Pat missed a drop kick as well. The forward pass from Jean. I think Farine knocked on in front of it. I mean, there's just so many things. But I tell you what, it's the hardest thing to do is to look back and wonder. So that will be a difficult memory that you've got to learn from. And I think the learnings are, We made mistakes and we didn't innovate, and that's why we paid the price.
Well, thank you very much. It's been an absolute pleasure, and thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow, what a morning and a little bit into the afternoon. I really hope you all enjoyed it. Excellent, thank you. So if you'll just allow me a couple of more moments just to grab some phrases for today that stuck with me. We are not living in a world of political noise, but in a regime change, and that means there will be a reset. AI gives us the opportunity to be more skilled humans. Remind your clients to not be like Rose, and they need to listen to you, to your advice. Now, this one is special, and listen to me why. South Africa is of strategic importance, and the world is full of what is happening in the Middle East. Now, this one is special to me because I'm going to be moving to South Africa in August, and living away from South Africa for so long, words like that make me feel proudly South African. Money is not fleeing America, it's going home. And I like this one from today when Rob asked, what makes us human? And someone said a smile. So today I'm going to smile at you, and I hope you smile back at me, because this is how we build relationships, and this business is built on relationships. So let's always remember to smile at each other. So with that, there's been so many lessons in leadership. Culture is built on trust and understanding, and an understanding of the people around you. And everything, so John spoke about everything having a purpose, and it relates very well to the purpose of why we are here today. And I want to remind you about that client that I asked you to think about earlier. I'm not going to ask you to close your eyes, have hashtag afternoon snooze. But I want you to remember that every single insight, every single conversation, everything you experienced today was for that one person. So on behalf of Glacier Invest, I want to thank you for joining us here today. Thank you for everything that you do for your clients. And thank you for trusting us as your partner. We've been on the road since Monday, and I want to take this opportunity to also thank the team for putting together this event. Kelly and her team, thank you, and also thanks to all the speakers for sharing their insights with us. Simplicity, intelligently designed. That is our promise to you, today and always. Safe travels, and please join us for lunch in the Glass House.
Today has been a journey through complexity, yet one theme has connected every conversation. Simplicity isn't the absence of complexity. It is the masterful reduction of it. Thank you for joining us as we continue to build better outcomes through deeper insight, stronger partnerships, and a broader perspective on the future. Because the best outcomes are never accidental. They are intelligently designed.